冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌。胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。 只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下。 已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
大家持票回到自己的坐席上，稍后我们要进行到的是幸运时刻礼物互动环节了啊！大家快回来！稍后啊，如果各位出现在我们的大屏幕上，那你就会成为我们今天的幸运观众，有一个精美的礼品送给各位。我们话不多说啊，开始现在的幸运时刻，来，3、2、1，哦，穿着黑色衣服的男士来跟我们打打招呼。 好，恭喜你，恭喜你获得了一枚精美的我们的礼品啊！接下来我们继续寻找第2位幸运观众啊，有没有想要的朋友把你们的双手举起来？好，3、2、1。好的啊，稍微给你一点时间啊，拿着手机记录下这一时刻，也是恭喜你获得了我们的精美礼品1份啊！接下来第3份了啊，来，3、2、1。 哦，我们现在改一个游戏规则啊，两位可不可以拥抱一下？两位就都成了我们的幸运观众，好吗？哦，好，也是爱的传递啊。好，现在是4份礼物都送出去了啊，这个阶段还有最后1份礼物，所以让我听到你们的尖叫声好吗？好啊，来最后1份礼物，3、2、1。 好，恭喜这位帅哥啊，获得了我们这一个环节的最后一个幸运礼物。那么稍后呢，我们也会有幸运礼物送给大家，大家稍事休息，我们赛场见。
The cold hit the switch and activate.
Touchdown, about a million miles away. Dripping chrome, helix, different DNA. Another land where the creatures innovate. Got the code, hit the switch and activate.
Touchdown, about a million miles away. Dripping chrome, helix, different DNA. Another land where the creatures innovate. Got the code, hit the switch and activate. Touchdown, about a million miles away. Dripping chrome, helix, different DNA. Another land where the creatures innovate. Got the code, hit the switch and activate.
Touchdown, about a million miles away. Dripping chrome, helix, different DNA. Another land where the creatures innovate. Got the code, hit the switch and activate, 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 activate,
the code, hit the switch and activate. Touchdown, about a million miles away. Dripping chrome, helix, different DNA. Another land where the creatures innovate. Got the code, hit the switch and activate.
9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。
Joy Billiards uniting the world. Liberating Class and Joy Cup 14th Heyball Masters Grand Finals will begin now. Welcome to the athletes and referees.
中巴转动，世界球童。女士们、先生们，利百文台泥乔氏杯第14届中式巴球大师赛总决赛国内组第1阶段1至12组3场4场的比赛现在开始，让我们以最热烈的掌声欢迎裁判员、运动员。1号台
Table 1.
运动员孙鹏对阵艾鹏宇，裁判员
Umpire
张星星、 王艺轩。2号台
Table 2.
运动员刘艺琪对阵刘任，裁判员
Umpire.
宋明明、马嘉欣。3号台
Table 3.
运动员李岩对阵王海峰，裁判员
Umpire.
吕阳、张娜。4号台
Table 4.
运动员杜锦旺对阵郑博洋，裁判员
Umpire.
匡俊涛、田海林。5号台
Table 5.
运动员沈新阳对阵郭嘉，裁判员
Umpire.
何秀红、杨文静。6号台
Table 6.
运动员张毅对阵王露琪，裁判员
Umpire.
刘宇、田颖。7号台
Table 7.
运动员张雪对阵刘鑫，裁判员
Umpire.
耿思林、江洁琴。8号台
Table 8.
运动员博俊杰对阵张蓝天，裁判员
Umpire.
李勇、杨静文。9号台
Table 9.
运动员申成对阵齐宇帆，裁判员
Umpire.
冯雅琪、白云佳。10号台
Table 10.
运动员曹宇鹏对阵杨子成，裁判员
Umpire.
王鹏轩、龚璇。11号台
Table 11.
运动员郭俊池对阵肖翔宇，裁判员
Umpire.
申凯、李丹阳。12号台
Table 12.
运动员黄忠对阵费琛昌，裁判员
Umpire.
杨宇龙、徐小玉。13号台
Table 13.
运动员裴华夏对阵王大双，裁判员
Umpire.
范文涛、高若飞。14号台
Table 14.
运动员王云对阵杨斌，裁判员
Umpire.
张月秋、王新月。15号台
Table 15.
运动员荣毅对阵韩洪亮，裁判员
Umpire.
张梦蝶、王琦。16号台，
Table 16.
运动员牛壮对阵西手心，裁判员
Umpire.
佘真真、王文杰。17号台，
Table 17.
运动员刘俊言对阵孔维利，裁判员
Umpire.
李雅帆、张婉玲。18号台，
Table 18.
运动员苏尼日对阵刘海涛，裁判员
Umpire.
陆月、孙奇墨。19号台，
Table 19.
运动员黄浩洋对阵陈成汉，裁判员
Umpire.
严明鑫、龚一航。20号台，
Table 20.
运动员管振对阵陈立生，裁判员
Umpire.
杜立新、蒋宇格。21号台，
Table 21.
运动员赵建波对阵石鑫，裁判员
Umpire.
徐锦言、王萍萍。22号台，
Table 22.
运动员杨帆对阵徐天伟，裁判员
Umpire.
张毅、安家路。23号台，
Table 23.
运动员寇家硕对阵郭宇飞，裁判员
Umpire.
刘法恒、刘亚楠。TV 1号台，
Table TV1.
运动员王思诺对阵秦丽文，裁判员
Umpire.
杜环玉，助理裁判员
Assistant Umpire.
冷叔、袁义群。
Brilliant competitions are about to be presented. Let's wait and see.
精彩赛事即将呈现，让我们拭目以待。
哎，你好啊，哥。你好，秦立文。什么没拿？请双方选手争夺开球选择权。听我口令，同时出杆。预备，3、2、1，开始。
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Day 7 here at the 14th Liddal Win and Joy Cup Grand Masters
名
Finals.
获得开球选择权。
We are live from Qinhuangdao, Hebei Province here in China. It is a chilly morning. This morning, the 10 a.m. match now underway. This is from the Chinese group, round 1, stage 1. 96 players down to 48 in the Chinese group. Double elimination as well. And on the TV table, Wang Senhua against Chun Li Wen. Now, both these players very famous on social media here in China. Wang Senhua taken Chinese TikTok by storm. And I believe now you'd have seen some of her videos on Facebook, Instagram as well. Trained by Dai Yong. Really, really great player out of China is Wang Senhua. And then Qin Li Wen. Now you'll see him on Chinese TikTok as well, analyzing and commentating on many of the big matches here in China. So I would say battle of the streamers on TV Table 1 this morning.
现在开始了啊！比赛开始，第一局秦立文开球。
Qin Li Wen winning the lag, so he's breaking. It is a race to 13, and it is alternate break format in this tournament. Now I know most of you watching are getting used to the winner's break format, but this time in this tournament we've changed it now to the alternate break format. That is the only real change that we've seen as far as the game rules go. So just a slight change in the format as well with the international seeded players. Usually we have stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. This time it's stage 1 and all the international seeds come in at once. And they play down from 128 down to 32. That 128 made up 96 from the qualifying rounds and then the 32 added seeded players. Now your seeded players in the international group, players such as Chris Melling, Gareth Potts, Darren Appleton, who we saw in action yesterday, the likes of Arfan Dad, Stephen Ellis, Jason Taron, Ethan Chetty. Those are your seeded players that came into the international draw. The one thing that stands out about Wang Senhua is that exaggerated pause on the backswing. You'll see it on almost every shot, especially shots where she requires straighter cueing. For example, the long stun shots, long straight stun shots, you'll see an over-exaggerated backswing and pause at the back. But also have a look at the alignment. The alignment is textbook. The way she gets down on the shot. The cue is guiding her body for the line. So you'd have seen there are quite a few people in the grandstand this morning for this match, and I'll say most of them are actually here for Wang Senhua. She is very, very popular here in China. I believe 19 years of age at the moment.
10秒，延时。
And if she's playing at such a high level at that age, just can you imagine what she's going to do in the future? Oh, what a shot that is. 12 off the 6, or 9 on the 12 off the 6. And if you've been watching many of our Joy streams, you'd also recognize Wang Senhua from one of the adverts that you see during the breaks in matches. It's the Lucky One Chalk ambassador is Wang Senhua. He was always looking a little bit tough there on stripes. Now with the 9 getting caught up top table. Unfortunately, that 14 not going according to plan. So after that try break, we are going to see Qin Li Wen to the table. I'd have to say something that really stands out for me about most of these Chinese players is the way they line themselves up on a shot. It's always the cue goes down first in a straight line, the head then follows, the body and the head follows in a perfectly straight line, so they are right behind the line of the shot always. I think that's why you're getting such a high accuracy rate from these players, especially on those tough shots, the shots near the cushion, the long shots across the table where cueing and straight cueing is so important. If you were watching at the beginning of the stream, you would have seen all the games being announced on the main stage. Those games are currently live, and you can watch those games on WPAlive.tv. So it's as simple as just entering that in your browser, WPAlive.tv. The page loads up, and you'll see the 14th Grandmasters Finals there, straight on the home page, day 2. And there we go, you can watch the TV table as well, and all the other tables are there as well, right up to table 23. Now, there's also a multi-view feature, so you can have table 1 with the commentary there, and add 7 other tables. So there's no excuse to miss all the action here at the 14th Liber Win and Joy Cup Grandmasters Finals. It looks like Chen Liwen will be making this clearance, and it's there. He's first on the scoreboard, 1-0 up. He manages to hold his break against Wang Senua.
谢谢。
So I do see a comment in the YouTube section about the 1 ball off the table for lady players. Yes, that is still here. So you'll see when Wang Senua gets down to her last ball, that last ball will come off the table and will leave her on the black ball. That is the handicap rule for lady players and players under the age of 14, if I'm not mistaken. Huge amounts of power in that break, using that pendulum break. We should see a replay of that. There it is. Yeah, total explosion on that pack, getting the 2 ball into the bottom corner. Usually also looking for the balls in the center pocket. So I know many of you are wanting to have a look at the draw and the brackets for the Chinese division as well. If you are looking for the international division brackets, that is on our Facebook page. I did post it in the description of last night's stream. But I'm going to try and get the Chinese group for you guys as well now. She's played that off the 7, but the only problem is look at where the 7's gone. Don't think it could go cleanly past the 13, which is why she's done that, but 7 now in front of the 15. But actually, 15 doesn't need to pot. As I said, the last ball will come off the table, so it's either going to be 15 or 10. Yeah, I think that's gone a bit wrong for her. I don't see a way to make this finish now for Wang Sunwan. This is off her break currently. Okay, so on the YouTube page, I'm busy trying to get the flowcharts posted there at the moment. That is the bracket and link to the live scores incoming as well. So that is going to be posted on the YouTube and Facebook page. Now you will be able to see the games on the other tables, and if you are looking for a certain table, head over to wpalive.tv and you can find the tables live there. So there we go. Flowchart and live scores have been posted in the YouTube section for the Chinese group, which is the group currently in play in the 10 a.m. session here in China. Next session will be at 2 p.m. local time, and that will be from the international group, stage 1, round 1. 128 players down to 32, and we do have Gareth Potts on the TV table. That is in just under 4 hours' time. So I'm going to get those flowcharts and live scores also posted on the Facebook stream. Okay, there we go, posted on the Facebook stream as well, and on the YouTube stream. And if you are looking for those other tables currently live, head over to wpalive.tv. Now this clearance also becoming quite difficult for Chin Lee when not on the 5, not on the 4. He's going to have to take the 6. The only problem is taking that 6 comes with a high risk, which is why he's actually playing to kiss the 4 and try and leave the cue ball safe. It's quite clever taking the cue ball up table because she's on the wrong side of the 15 to try and pot that into the center pocket. She might just be able to get down for the 15 to the bottom right, but not taking it, so good shot from Chin Lee Win, giving Wang Sunwa something to think about here.
10秒，延时。
Actually hasn't left anything easy on for Chin Lee Wen. But there is definitely half a chance here. Looks good. That's there, right in the heart of the pocket. What a shot on the 5 ball from Chin Lee Wen. Needs to pull out one more good shot in this frame though, from the 6 to the 4. It's actually close to going in on the top side, but also not on the 4, so chance for Wang Sinwa. That black ball does not go in the top right pocket, however, on our screen. Just got that slightly too thick, which tells me if he potted it and caught it thinner, he would have got more pace out of the cue ball, so possibly would have landed on the 4 then. That's last ball off the table. I actually forgot about that for a second. So that was an excellent shot to get back up for the black ball. And this to take her first point. It's there. Wang Sinwa with her first point on the board. Score is 1-1.
第3局，秦丽文开球。
Having won the leg, Chen Li Wen to break in this 3rd frame. Score currently 1 each. It is a race to 13. Winners break, well, alternate break format. Apologies. Break not working for him at the moment. There's 2 dry breaks. At this level, especially if your opponent is in top form, the dry breaks are going to cost you. She's just behind the 11, having a look at the 11 into the center pocket, which means that she can leave the 15 that's next to the 1, the bottom rail of the table near us. Leave that as the ball that comes off the table. going to connect to the top side, then back to the bottom side using the 10 ball next. That's what I was talking about, the exaggerated backswing with the pause and then fire. Actually reminds me a little bit of Chen Suming's cue action. Very similar. Yeah, deadly accurate on those long straight shots. These players don't miss that. Now, having actually landed at the bottom end of the table here by us, she's deciding to take the 15 on. Yeah, nice pot. And that means it's going to be the 11 ball coming off the table. And that is a clearance off her opponent's break for Wang Sunwan. The score is now 2-1 in favor of herself. This is a race to 13, and Jin Liwen being punished for his dry break there in that frame.
我在给胜利者筛访，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者，高端台球沙发。
第4局，王思诺开球。
I think Chin Liwen has to be really careful here in this match. Any mistake made, including the dry breaks, is gonna be capitalized upon. Although it is a race to 13 with these players that can go so quickly. And with the alternate break format, if you are not breaking in, not breaking well, it's gonna really cost you. Oh, that is a beautiful positional shot from Chin Li Wen. He's really good at that navigating around the table with that cue ball. Look at how much of traffic there is. Makes it look absolutely effortless. Did not expect that one. That was frame ball. He makes that. He's on the next stripe and he's down to the black ball. As you see, it just catches the inside cushion. So that's what's pretty much happened here in this frame. He's missed one ball. Wang Sunhua does not have to worry about the 5 that's in balk. It's just the 2 and then to the black ball. And she will be extending that lead of hers. There goes the 5 off the table. Last ball handicap for female players and players under the age of 14. And it's there. She's extending her lead. She's 3-1 up on Chin Li Wen in this race to 13.
10秒，延时。
It was a brilliant jump shot there from Wong Sun-woo. Excellent control. Just the right amount of power that the cue ball is back on the bed of the table before it makes contact with the object ball. And that's how she was actually able to make position from that and keep the cue ball on the table. Usually, if you play a shot like that with too much power, you'll have the cue ball ending up off the table. Now looking at the table, she doesn't need the 5 ball. That's the ball amongst a cluster of stripes on our side of the table here. But she is going to need the 1 ball. And that's where she needs the cue ball, where she's pointing right now. That is a very, very narrow gap to get that cue ball in. Here it comes. She's going to get a bounce off the bottom cushion here, but it's not going to be enough. So this is not going to be a 1 visit clearance for Wong Sun-woo. Just caught the 11 first. They tried to swerve around it. And that is a foul, ball in hand for Chin Li-wen. Now 3-1 down after 4 frames. And at the moment, not getting the break right. Which means that more than ever, he needs to make the most of the chances that he does get. Not having the greatest run of the ball at the moment. Did not expect him to miss that one. There's just a few misses here and there from Chin Li-wen. Starting to cost him. Look, I think she can get a piece of the 5, and if she can move the 5 towards the 1, very nearly. she's had to check that. What a shot that is from Wang Sunhua. That was not easy at all. She couldn't get through to the natural angle of that. There you see the check, left-hand side on the cue ball. Just to try and straighten it out. Catches the cushion early, just slices the one ball, and it's just enough to drop it. She's down on this black ball. Is there enough to the center pocket? There wasn't. That's why she's had to go to the top left corner. Now surely Chen Liwen needs to make this clearance. Played that really well at a perfect pace to get the cue ball back up table. Don't really foresee any problems here for Chen Liwen not to get his second point on the board. And it's their second point on the board for Chen Liwen. Needed that frame, couldn't afford to go 4-1 down in this match. He's closed it down to 3-2.
第6局，王思诺开球。
Now so far she's been breaking slightly better than her opponent in this match. You can see the amount of power once again. Makes a ball in the bottom right corner pocket. It's the 5. Yeah, honestly, with the triangle rackets looking like power is the way to go here. Increase the velocity, which means there's just more balls flying around the table. Higher chance of making a ball. That seems to be working for her at the minute. Yeah, now a player this good, getting the one ball off the table, I mean, she's really, really able to do damage with that. Big thank you to everybody on the streams. We are currently live on Facebook, Joy Heyball World Tour Live, WHT on YouTube, and also WPALive.tv, where all the other tables are currently live as well. So I have posted the links in the description or in the comment section of the YouTube page and the Facebook page. So you can find that there. You can have a look at the tables, and if you are looking for a certain table, head over to WPALive.tv. Multi-view feature available also, which means you can watch 8 tables at once. That's a bad one from Wang Sinua. At this level, you cannot afford to miss black balls, especially like that. Cut to the center pocket. Not expected at all, and a chance for Chin Li Wen to equalize. Yeah, I'd say the talent in the female division in China is very high. I mean, you have players like Wang Sinua, Chen Seming, Shi Tianxi, Tang Shunshao, just to name a few. These are some of the best female players in China. And we've seen Chen Seming make it to the final of the Division 1 tour. Very recently lost that, unfortunately, to Kong Dejing in the final, but I mean, what an effort that is to make it all the way to the final of a Division 1 tour. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say that the pressure of the TV table caused that miss on the black ball. More so expected. I mean, she was expected to put that black ball, especially, sure, by her fans here and everybody watching online. And a match like this, at least 100,000 viewers on Chinese TikTok. Yeah, it looks like Chin Li Wen able to get some kind of momentum here now. Was 3-1 down, was about to go 4-1 down. And this looks like it is going to be an equalizer for Chin Li Wen to make it 3-all. His break next hasn't been having the best breaks. That needs to change for him if he wants to take this match to Wang Sinua. It's 3-all in this race to 13.
精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹酒杆，为热爱全力以赴，重重打感，选奥斯本兹。
第7局，秦立门开球。
Seventh frame now to get underway. Chin-Li went to break. So far, all his breaks have been dry. Alternate break format, so you are coming to the table every second frame to break. He makes it, 7 in the center. And I think it's time to change the tide for himself. I have to agree with that statement. Just looking at the YouTube comment section, Dan Mack says you need to fully believe that you deserve to be there and make the will to win bigger than the fear of losing. Very true indeed. It's really tough to do that. It's a huge international stage for many players, the biggest stage they've ever played on, and to come here and to perform at your best is so tough. And the way you beat yourself up if you aren't able to perform at your best here, when you know you're a better player than your performance shows. Tough pill to swallow that. But I have to say that also comes from playing in really big matches or playing on big stages all the time. Like if you go onto the WeChat Chinese TikTok or onto Chinese TikTok, you'll see these Chinese players are playing each other all the time, and it's streamed by a lot of streamers all over social media here in China. Thousands of people watching them all the time. And in that way, almost every match they have is a big match. Just playing in those conditions all the time just mean that you can give your best when you really need to, in a tournament like this especially. Yeah, excellent recovery there from Chin-Li when it's really coming out to the party now. This was the only issue, even after that excellent recovery and position on the 1 ball. Our side of the table, the 5 to the 3 or the 3 to the 5. The problem is he's got some traffic up table there. 10, 12 and 14. Needs that 12 to slow down. Does he have the gap? He's played that. He's played to actually screw off the 12, but he doesn't have the gap. Yeah, the swerve caught just a little bit too early. Now we've seen it quite a few times when players have tried those swerve shots here. The swerve really catches early on this cloth. Takes really early and usually just overdoing it a little bit. So that's going to be ball in hand for Wag Sidwa. Now you could guess which ball will be the ball coming off the table for Wang Sunwa. That will be that 11 on the left side. And she takes the lead once again, 4-3 in favor of Wang Sunwa after 7 frames played. Now, after the next frame, we will be having that 10-minute player break after 8 frames played. Yeah, we prefer to refer to Heyball as a hybrid cue sport. I mean, it is a mix of snooker, American 8-ball, and 9-ball as well. Rules almost very similar to American 8-ball. Pool table, 3/4 snooker table with the snooker cut, pockets and cushions. What a break that is. Look at the power in that. That is one of the most powerful breaks I've seen on the TV table this tournament. I'm only seeing 5 solids left on the table. I mean, she's potted 2 solids, 1 stripe, 3 balls in, and a chance to extend that lead just before the player break. And look, if that is the case, the scoreline tells the story. I mean, Chin Lee Wen with a few misses that we not expected. Yeah, very true. That break has nothing to do with muscle and strength. That's all about technique. Technique that has been practiced for hours and hours, dare to say 100 hours at least in total. These players, they practice that break for hours. There's a video actually, if you have a look on Facebook, Mick Hill's Facebook page, where Wang Sunhua is actually teaching Mick Hill a bit of the technique behind that break, because he was so impressed when he saw that break that he actually went to her and asked her to just demonstrate that break. So it's actually on video of how the technique works in that break, if you guys want to have a look at that. Mick Hill's Facebook page. She was playing for the cue ball to be between the 2 and the 6, so she could cue properly through there. Now hampered by the solid 6 ball, unfortunately.
10秒，延时。
So that's a spider rest in hand at the moment. Makes us a little bit more tricky queuing down on the cue ball. Gets the pot, but you can't really do much with the cue ball, so position on the black ball not the greatest. So just that slight error, I mean, one roll on the cue ball, and if it was between the 2 and the 6, she would have been out. But that might have just cost her the lead once again. The score 4-3. And a chance for Chin Lee Wen to make it 4-all before the break. Two ball off the cushion, that was the plan. There was not enough side on that cue ball. Now how does he make the finish from here? So 11 ball coming off the table for Wang Sunhua. That is the handicap rule. Female players and players under the age of 14 get one ball off the table. That's the last ball. And I do believe a major factor when it comes to most cue sports is timing. Yeah, I'd put timing with technique, but I mean it's an entirely different beast is timing. To be able to time the ball properly. Look at that. Oh my word, Wang Sunhua gets the 5th point to the board. What a bank shot that is. And she is now 5-3 up after 8 frames played. I think we'll continue the conversation about timing just after this break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you, guys.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了。 过逍遥日子。
天要求干，换一切为可能。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久。 颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝。 因而各部位酷性一致，欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美。 雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛。 匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
中式8球。
开始。暂停结束，比赛继续。第9局，秦立文开球。
And we are back after that 8-frame player break on the TV table in the Chinese group. Stage 1, round 1. Wang Sunhua against Qin Liwen. Score currently 5-3 in this race to 13. And once again, Qin Liwen, break not working for him. Now he was close to equalizing in the previous frame, but that bank on the black ball from Wang Sunhua down to the bottom left corner pocket here made sure that she stays in the lead as we went into that 8-frame player break.
10秒，延时。
Just having a look at the comment section on the YouTube page. Yes, this was a question that I wanted to actually answer yesterday, but we ended the live stream before I could. The sleeve that you saw Chris Melling wearing. So players who are playing on the TV table in China, you aren't allowed to have tattoos showing on your arms. So that's why you wear a sleeve. You have to wear a sleeve, or you wear a sleeve if you're wearing a short sleeve shirt. And otherwise you wear a long sleeve shirt, long sleeve formal shirt, as you can see, for instance, a shirt like Wang Sunhua is wearing that covers your arms completely. But if you are a player that likes a bit more freedom, they tend to use a short sleeve, but tattoos have to be covered up by a plain looking sleeve. I hope that answers your guys' questions. And we do have a look at the comment section always. So if there are any questions or any information you'd like to know, feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to answer and help you guys where I can. And that rule with covering up the tattoos usually only applies to the main TV table, because it is broadcast all over China as well. Look, I expect him to get this point. The stripes do go, even the 12 on the right side. To me, it looks like it passes the 3 where it is. But I feel like Chin Li Wen hasn't found his rhythm yet. Yes, you can wear short sleeve as long as it's a plain shirt. Can be black, white, even navy blue, but just a plain shirt with a waistcoat. It can be a short sleeve shirt, as you'd see usually Mick Hill. Mick Hill wears short sleeves, and he's been on the TV table many times. Look, sometimes certain formal shirts, the long sleeve formal shirts, can be a bit restricting, and that's the last thing you want, is when you're down on a shot and you're queuing and you feel something is holding your queuing arm back, or it's coming tight across the shoulders. That's the worst feeling you can have. Which is another reason why you see most of the players now wearing the bow tie that Chin Li Wen is wearing, the flat bow tie. So that bow tie also, it's not restricting your neck. So you can actually get away without the top button being on. But I think most players here, they're just used to wearing the long sleeve formal shirt. Like, I think you'd see about 95% of players at these tournaments wear the full sleeve, whether they have tattoos or not. It's just what they're more comfortable in. Nice play from Chin Li Wen. That wasn't an easy clearance to make, but he made it to get that 4th point on the board. 5-4 down in this race to 13 against Wang Sunhua.
第10局，王思诺开球。
Oh, the 7's going to fall. It is. She makes a ball on the break once again. Yeah, nothing went in from what it looks like until the 7 got kicked by the 4 into the top right corner pocket. Yeah, exactly. I feel like this is your work uniform here. The long sleeve formal shirt, waistcoat. But in all honesty, I think that you actually should be practicing in what you wear in this tournament, because it's not always when you're practicing at home or when you play in local tournaments, you aren't wearing full formal waistcoat and the long sleeve formal shirt. So when you come here, any little thing that bothers you, you feel it, you notice it. That's why they say never wear a brand new pants or brand new formal shoes or a brand new formal shirt when you come to a tournament like this to play in. And you know, as players, we are ticked off by any little thing. And of course, love to find excuses as well. That's the miss on the 3. Caught the inside jaw first, as you can see it heading there. No chance when it's heading for the inside jaw. Table back over to Chin Li Wen, just 1 point behind. But he's got issues here. That's the 11 and 15 stripe. Blocked by the 1 to this bottom left corner pocket.
10秒。
Yeah, he's tried to disturb those stripes and unfortunately for him missed the ball to the center pocket. It's a nice shot on the 3. That was a very thin cut to get right. Does she have anything after that? Yeah, you see a little reaction from her there. I don't think she has anything. 6 to the bottom right. Tough. Jump over the 6 and the black ball to the 1. Too risky. It's close. Outside jaw. It's not there. Chin Li Wen with another visit to the table. I'm sure he's surprised. Coming to the table more often than he expected. He's tried to release the 11, but still blocked by that 1 ball down to the bottom left. Oh, what a shot this is. He needs that cue ball to travel a little more. What an attempt that was. Pot your opponent's ball, get the cue ball safe. Yeah, speaking of cue balls flying off the table on the break, so some of these players, they are queuing very low on that cue ball on the break, and if they don't time that right, in the practice room, I've seen the cue ball fly off the table where he was breaking onto the table next to it or in front of it, and actually making contact with the guy who was breaking on the other side. Yeah, it can get that extreme in the practice room. Capitalizing at the moment is Chin Lee Wen. Exactly what he needs to do. And this to equalize. It's there, 5-all, race to 13. Wang Senhua and Chin Lee Wen. He's always been fighting from the back, and that's because of his breaks, unfortunately. He's giving away the table on his breaks. That's been costing him a few frames, then a few unfortunate misses added to that. And that's why he's been chasing in this match.
第11局，秦立文开球。
Yeah, it's very well spotted. Chin Lee Wen is using a snooker type cue that's ash shaft, one piece, usually with a tip of between 10.2 and 10.5. haven't looked at the design on his cue yet, but when you do see the Chinese player using the snooker type style cue, it's mostly a Heyball cue. Now you'd have seen that advert during the breaks in the matches, or that 8-frame player break. You'd see the Heyball advert. Now that is one of the best cue makers here in China. They make the cue that Jing Yebo uses. They have very high quality ashwood used on their shafts. Look, I don't know if I'd put Chen Li Wen top 16 in China. I'd say top 32, because top 16 you have Zhao Ruliang, Kang Peng, Chu Bingjie, Niu Zhang. I mean, the names that you all know would be the top 16. So, see, I'd put him top 32 at least. But even if you look at top 64, top 100 players in China, you'd look at maybe half of them use the snooker style cue, and of that, at least 30 to 40% are using Heyball cues. Very, very popular here. And yes, the Chinese players, they change tips every few weeks, actually. You'd see them in the practice room, actually. They'd put a tip on, feel it, take it off, put another one on. And even when they find one they like, they only use it for a couple of weeks and another one goes on. Not like most of us, where we put a tip on and we keep it on for 5 years. Where it goes through its phases, where the tip starts off medium, gets a little bit softer maybe, and then after 6 months gets rock hard.
10秒，延时。
Yeah, the hand goes up because she knows she's left that 13 ball, but looks to be safe on the right side. A little bit careless. Jaswin is coming to the last ball. Just a touch careless. You'd actually be surprised how resilient the smaller tips are as well. You think that it would do some damage and that you might even feel the vibration through the shaft, but the way these cues are made, personally, I play with a 10.2 mil Perry ash shaft, and yeah, it's really good. Shaft is on the stiffer side. It has a titanium ferrule and LP Dream medium, but the tip lasts. There's nothing really happens to it. I mean, yeah, you shape it now and again, but that's not what you think. then even the Chinese players that are using the 9-ball type cue, you'd see some of them have that thinned to around 11.5, 11.7, down from 13. And also some strange tapers on it. You'd actually see tapered. The ferrule is actually tapered as well, so they aren't keeping the ferrule straight. The white nylon ferrule is tapered even more as it gets to the tip. That's a good shot. Black ball wasn't frozen, was checked by the referee, so making contact with the black ball directly made it touch the cushion afterwards. Legal shot from Wong Sin-Wah. Contact made, legal shot. Yes, Chen Liwen's been fighting from the back in this match, most of it. It looks like he's happy to just secure. Touched. Yeah, touch cushion there, so that is another legal shot. A delicate shot to get right there. Yeah, he's played that well. Well-deserved applause for Chen Liwen. Is he going to release the black ball from that cushion? Yes, he is. Doesn't want it to go onto the other cushion, however. Yeah, it's not really... hasn't really helped him, has it? Played that well to get around the angles and get onto the 14. I don't think he was going to nudge the black ball on that shot because wouldn't have been on the black ball then. Well, wouldn't have been on the 14. So he's playing this. Now, because it's so close to the cushion, at the pace you have to play this, if you miss it, you're usually leaving it. Or not. Very well played from Chinli Wen. Well-deserved point for him as he takes the lead for the first time, I think.
12局，王思诺开球。
Now I'd say the pressure shifts a little bit to Wang Sunwa as she's the player making more mistakes at the moment, and it's turning out to be costly. Makes a ball once again. Turns and walks to get her cue as if she already knows she's making a ball. Yes, a 13 towards that top left corner pocket and the 2 bottom left. Yeah, absolutely. Break machine. You can really tell when a player has practiced that break. Wiped its feet on the way in, did that 10 ball. Top right corner pocket. Made her pause for a second. Have a look at this. It just goes off the cushion slightly. Took its time, that one. Better control from her now. That's the only thing that's been letting her down in some of these frames towards the end of the frame, is that cue ball control. Yeah, as easy as that, she equalizes. Once again, it's 6-all in this race to 13. What a break that was. That's what it starts with. An excellent break.
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
Oh, what a break from Chin Li Wen. Now can he reply to that break and run from Wang Sinhua? Almost lost the cue ball in the center pocket there. Now, usually in these matches, especially with the Chinese players, you'll see it around the mid stages, quite evenly matched, scoreline quite close, and then all of a sudden the players take it up a notch. Scoreline starts to move a little bit faster. Had some really great matches on the TV table yesterday. First match of the day yesterday was Chris Melling up against Ahmed Tawfiq from Brunei. Chris managed to get that one, managed to get over the line there. Then we had Jing Yubo against Chu Zhenqi. Chu Zhenqi able to get that one over Master Jing Yubo. And then the evening session was Darren Appleton against Kieran Dempsey. And it was Kieran Dempsey from New Zealand winning that one over Darren Appleton. Now, all double elimination, and that was round 1 yesterday. This is still round 1 of the Chinese group, which means even if you take a loss, you are still in the tournament. Brilliant from Chin Li Wen. What a reply to Wang Sinhua's break and run with his own break and run. One of the best breaks he's had so far. And he's up at the moment, 7-6 in this race to 13.
第14局，王思诺开球。
Yeah, this is what I meant by things start to move a bit faster now at the stage of the match where they go clearance for clearance. And that's what you'll see with the alternate break format. So can also be quite exciting when it's break and run for break and run. What tends to happen then is a dry break can cost you 2 frames instead of just 1. As it's a clearance off your own break, and then your opponent makes a break and run of their own, and all of a sudden you're 2 down. Now in the past, this is where it gets slightly tricky for Wang Sunhua. Yeah, a little bit indecisive here. She was down on the 10 ball. Is there enough space past the 1? It's tight. It's very, very close.
$10秒，延时。
And that is finish for finish at the moment in this match. Things really starting to heat up here between these two players. Lovely to see when these players do play at their best. Sometimes takes them a little while to warm up. Once they find a rhythm, this is what you see. This is the standard here. 7-all at the moment in this race to 13. 2 break and runs, 2 rack and runs for Wang Sunhua, and 1 break and run for Chin Li Wen.
第15局，秦立文开球。
So 7-all, Chin Li Wen with the break as he won the lag. And that's going to become important if this goes to decider. Makes a ball on the break once again. Yeah, 4-ball gets kicked off the 5 and the 3. That 6-ball into the center pocket, it looks very tight.
10秒，延时。
It's not exactly what he wanted. I think he wanted a little nudge on the stripe to stay on the 7 at least. If he can't find a pot here, it's going to be end of visit for Chin Li Wen. Oh, cracking pot on the 5-ball. Absolute cracker. Got to pot a ball like that under this kind of pressure. Yeah, the cloth we're using here is the Lieberwind 8848. Just short of the bank. Wanted to be on the 7 as well, so table back over to Wang Sunhua. It's a Lieberwind 8848 on the Joy Q8 gold leg table, the steel block cushions. Official table of the Grandmasters Finals. Now, Lieberwind 8848 is now the premium cloth in the world for Chinese 8-ball or for Heyball, used in all major tournaments across the globe. Yeah, it's napped, but I'd say lightly napped. It's very fine. It's not that thick, not that heavy. Plays really nicely, plays very fast. Lightning fast, especially when it's brand new, especially when it's taken care of, brushed and ironed. That's what you can always expect at these Joy events. You can always expect to play on the best conditions available. And over the past few years, it's not only in China that you're getting the best conditions, it's in the Joy WPA continental events as well. If not the same, very similar conditions for the players. And now these tables are available to actually buy as well. You can contact the Joy staff, contact Doris Cheng as well. So you can purchase these tables, so you can practice on the tables that you play in these major tournaments. Now already so lightning fast, but not heated. So just imagine if they were. I think it would be quite a bit more faster. But yeah, these tables are not heated. Don't really see the need. I'd say more so depends on the humidity, depends how humid it is and how thick and heavy the cloth is getting over the course of the day. But here it's not needed, and that is 8 point for Wang Sunhua. She makes that clearance. She's 8-7 up after 15 frames in this race to 13.
冠军500万球式大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
第16局，王思诺开球。线后自由球。
I think on her break, that's the first time we've seen the cue ball going in.
10秒。
Now cue ball in on the break means it is placed behind the balk line, so ball in hand behind the balk line, and you have to play forward, down table. Can't play any of the balls within the balk area. Just got that slightly too thin. That might cost him another point as we go into the player break. That's 16 frame player break after this. It's not there. That's not there, unfortunately. That's the 15 that is right behind, having a look whether it passes the 6 ball into that top right corner pocket. Now, could he actually get through to the potting angle of the 11? Look, she's still got a lot to deal with the 7-5-4 on the left side of the table. Left the perfect angle on that 1 ball to get into that bunch. Strange movement from the 4 and the 7. Left the 5, moved together and created another bunch up table. Yeah, good pot, good control. Doesn't need the 5. Look, I think the only reason they haven't heated the tables yet is because for most of these tournaments, the air inside the tournament venue is pretty much the same. It's the same temperature all around, same humidity throughout the entire tournament, not really affected much by the outside conditions. And here in China also, it's so if it's 0 degrees at night, it's 0 degrees at night every night. Max we have of about 5 to 10 degrees in the day. So not huge differences in the conditions, and also not much humidity as well, adding to that. So here the conditions are quite stable. It's when we go over to other countries and have tournaments in other countries, there players sometimes are quick to pick up on the fact that the cloth is playing a little bit heavier. I'd say at some point in time that may be looked at. That's brilliant stuff from Wang Sunhua to take her 9th point. She's 9-7 up after 16 frames played. We will have a 10-minute player break now. Be right back.
台迷，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。
1点， 是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸。握度间尽长天地，龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa our little boy has got the blues.
Watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第17局，秦丽文开球。
And we are back after that player break. After 16 frames, score 9-7 between Wang Sunhua and Qin Li Wen. This is day 7 here at the Liber Win and Joy Cup 14th Grandmasters Finals. We are live from chilly Qinghuandao in the Hebei province, China. Temperature at a max of about 10 degrees or 9 degrees today. Lows of about 0 degrees. So yeah, it's fresh. Let's put it like that. This is stage 1, round 1 of the Chinese group. Now the international group and the Chinese group had to go through qualifying stage. That's what we had the first 5 days of the tournament. You'd have seen that live on our Facebook and YouTube streams as well. But now day 7, second day of stage 1. Chinese group, 96 players down to 48, double elimination. Up next is the international group. That'll be 128 players down to 32, round 1 as well. And that starts at 2 p.m. local time, so that's just over 1.5 hours time. Evening session at 6 p.m. local time will be the Chinese group once again. Now all the action is live on our Facebook page, Joy World Heyball Tour Live, World Heyball Tour on YouTube, and on WPALive.tv. On the Facebook and YouTube streams, I have put in the comments section the links to the brackets and the live scores, so you can check the other tables and who's playing on those tables, and follow the action on WPALive.tv, where we have all the tables live with the multi-view feature. You can have 8 tables being watched at once, so you can have the main TV table on with commentary and have 7 other tables on as well. To me, it looks like the 15 ball is slightly tricky. That's the ball just above the black ball. next to the 4 and 12. So that would be the ball she could choose to take off the table as her handicap ball. Oh, what a pot that is. That is a cracking pot down the cushion at that pace. You have to know exactly how to cue that and cue that so well. That actually sounded like a miscue, but she managed to get the reaction out of the cue ball. And she's having a look at the tip that you could hear the sound of that. Yeah, there's the mark on the cloth, so miscue but got the reaction. I mean, a millimeter lower and that cue ball would have been flying off the table. And I'd say there's some tactics as well in terms of that last ball handicap. You have to know how to use it and how to play that to your advantage, of course. And then your opponent can also, if they are clever, they can start maneuvering your balls that it's not just one ball that's a problem, that there's more than one ball that's a problem as well. And you'll see that there's certain male players that know exactly how to deal with that one ball handicap. But at the moment, it's all one-way traffic for Wang Sunhua as she gets her 10th point on the board, first to double digits. She's 10-7 up against Chin Li Wen. Those 4 rack and runs you see from Wang Sunhua is mostly off the fact that her opponent has been try-breaking for quite a lot of this match. He hasn't had the best luck or the best roll as Chin Li Wen. Unbelievable. That break is absolutely unbelievable. Please don't try that break at home, because there's a 90% chance you're going to have a cut in that cloth at the break line. The amount of power that she's able to get into that break through the cue ball and into the pack. One of the best techniques I've seen with that break here in this tournament. And how solid your technique has to be with that break to be using an open bridge hand with the Q speed coming through. She needs a bounce off this cushion. That is a little bit too far. Slight miscalculation from Wang Sinwa. And this is going to make things slightly more difficult for her to make this clearance and get that 11th point. She's now 3 ahead of her opponent. And although there were times where he caught up, he's been always playing catch up. There you see her chalk and glove, which she is the ambassador for, Lucky One Chalk. Now this is crunch time for Chen Liwen. He's got a chance. She's opened the door for him to make a comeback here. If he can get this point on the board, it's his break next. Can close the gap from 10-7 to 10-9 very quickly. And that takes care of the 1 ball. With the 1 ball taken care of, this looks like Chen Liwen should be able to get this 8 point on the board. The body language tells me he's not too happy with that. I think you'd have liked to be more in the middle of the table. But if that's what he was playing for, he's underhit that by quite a bit, although he's nicely on the 5. And makes no mistake with a shot like that, does Chen Liwen. Just makes sure to leave an angle on that 3 ball to get the cue ball back across. There it is, nicely done. Had to add the extension to the cue there. Cue ball was way down table. So just adding that little extension piece allows you to cue further down the table. Some players prefer that, a little bit more control than using the rest. Capitalizes on that mistake from Wang Sinwa. He gets his 8 points on the board. It's 10-8 in favor of Wang Sinwa after 18 frames played. This is a race to 13, and it will be Chen Liwen to break in the next frame.
钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻。
10-8, and if there was a time for him to find these break, it's now. Let's try. There's nothing there. Wang Sunwa already at the table.
10秒。
Solids in play. Now, does the 4-ball pass into that center pocket? Even if it doesn't, she could use one of these solids at the bottom to possibly go into the 6 and the 4. Just needs one of them. The 6 is out, 6 potable. It was a very high percentage shot that either way. She went into the 6 and was either going to push the 4 or push out. And she was more than likely going to be on that 1 ball across table. Connecting from 6 to 7, judges it perfectly this time. And this will be another rack and run for her off her opponent's break. As easy as that, Wang Sunwa gets 11 points. She's 11-8 up. And she is punishing the dry breaks of Chin Li Wen at the moment.
第20局，王思诺开球。
11-8 up, Wang Sunwa to break, race to 13. And this time, the 15. Where did the 15 go? It was heading towards that center pocket. There goes the 15 off the 4, heading towards the center. Gets a touch off the 10 and in. I'll say at least 90% rate of potting a ball on the break is Wang Sunwa. Yeah, what we've seen in this match, it's come down to the breaks, really. Both players have made a few mistakes, and they've capitalized on that from each other, but the breaks, Jin-Lee win, say maybe a 20% rate of potting a ball on the break compared to Wang Sunhua's rate, at least 80 to 90. And also with the amount of power she's putting into that break, everything is spread out. So that's why her chances of making those break-in runs and her break-in run rate itself is quite high. Had the 14 as a guide, doesn't need it. Doesn't need the 2 ball at the top end of the table either. And it's amazing at how quick she's able to put these frames together as well, these clearances. She sees the game really well. And there it is, on the hill. 12-8 up is Wang Sunhua in this race to 13, with Jin-Lee Wen to break in the next frame. These last few frames have been absolute domination from Wang Sunhua. So there we have it, 3 break-in runs, 5 rack-in runs. So 8 one-visit clearances out of 12 frames. That's not bad at all. Where's the cue ball? Oh my word. You can't make this up. Jin-Lee Wen, 12-8 down, pots the cue ball on the break. And it didn't even get kicked off the cushion with so much of spin on that cue ball that it made its way into the bottom right corner pocket. Really, got a feel for him. Solids in play, doesn't need the 1 ball, that's the only awkward ball on the table. Really, this has been class from Wang Sunhua thus far in this match. Yes, a few, very few mistakes. But that massive break of hers is able to really get out of trouble when it comes to the scoreline. She's got all the shots, does Wang Sunhua. And this for the match, it's there, 13-8 for Wang Sunhua over Jin-Lee Wen. Battle of the streamers goes to Wang Sunhua. Yeah, that break is something unbelievable. We can all study that break from Wang Sunhua and try and replicate that as best we can, because it's unbelievable. Her rate of potting a ball gives her more chance at making those break-in runs, and that's what we saw here today. Brilliant stuff from Wang Sunhua. We'll be back in about an hour and a half's time for the 2 p.m. match. Thank you guys for joining us for that one. So back in 1.5 hours, I'm your commentator, Raymond Tillack, for the Joy Heyball events. And we'll be back soon. Thank you guys for joining us. Cheers until then.
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。 手握奥斯本兹酒缸，为热爱全力以赴，重重打杆，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀，一线是专注、艺术，一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，读之珠，匠心之作。
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥，丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，立百文全球销量第一。超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
Our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
音速胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，音速胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。音速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。 根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我谨代表赛事主办方乔氏台球集团，向跨越山海、奔赴热爱的每一位运动员、裁判员、嘉宾致以最热烈的欢迎。
Win Close Enjoy Cup 14th Heyball Masters Grand Finals.
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只 秋回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边。与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台迷，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，立百文全球销量第一。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，以专业缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
How much? I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久， 苛刻精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，这我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我谨代表赛事主办方乔氏台球集团，向跨越山海、奔赴热爱的每一位运动员、裁判员、嘉宾致以最热烈的欢迎。
Liber win close, enjoy cup, 14th Heyball Masters Grand Finals.
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌，就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边。与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，重重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀，一线是专注、艺术，一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥，丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。 金板、白金板，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝， 因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音塑造，好胶边音塑造。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位也很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来。林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计，
生产销售于一体的大型生产企业，优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠业是我们生产的精神和服务。
天一沙发，让舒适无处不在。
我谨代表赛事主办方乔氏台球集团，向跨越山海、奔赴热爱的每一位运动员、裁判员、嘉宾致以最热烈的欢迎。
Win close, enjoy cup, 14th Heyball Masters Grand Finals.
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌，就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边。与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚炳杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹酒杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥。丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
So much. That's for no question.
曝光拉低点儿。我看看。这啥啊？等会儿放大，后面我放大。哎，这个还行吧。前面那个你看第一个视频后面好看，这个后面对后面。我知道了，你拍我在这儿吧，这儿好看呀。老师不在吧？这行不行？为啥又糊了？等会儿他快点儿，一会儿人来了。开始。哎，这个好看，这个好看，这个好看，这个好看。这个侧脸。好看，这个好看。这个好看。啊，这个我蓝蓝的。嗯，这好看。嗯，行了行了行了，不嘚瑟了。哎呀，这接下来的日子我应该也就上这一回了，我多拍点照片儿。行。
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Joy Builders uniting the world. Librarian Class and Joy Cup. 14th Heyball Masters Grand Finals will begin now. Welcome to the athletes and the referee.
中巴转动世界球童，女士们、先生们，利百文台尼乔氏杯第14届中式八球大师赛总决赛，国际组第一阶段9至16场，3场、4场、1至4组、5场、7场的比赛现在开始。让我们以最热烈的掌声欢迎裁判员、运动员。1号台
Table 1.
运动员哈里什拉木来自印度
Harish Kumar Ramu from India
对阵赵安哈巴雅尔来自蒙古
versus Zor Akhabaya from Mongolia.
裁判员
Umpire
李丹阳、商凯。2号台
Table 2.
运动员阿里坡戴尔来自伊朗
Ali Pordo from Iran.
对阵奥拉布哈瓦道尔吉来自蒙古
Alabhar Dorj from Mongolia.
裁判员
Umpire
徐小玉、杨宇龙。3号台
Table 3.
运动员莫景浩来自马来西亚，
莫景浩 from Malaysia
对阵凯尔巴雷特来自澳大利亚
versus Kyle Barrett from Australia.
裁判员
Umpire
杨文静、何秀红。4号台
Table 4.
运动员李金云来自马来西亚，
李金云 from Malaysia
对阵达额尔登巴雅尔来自蒙古
versus Darden Bayer from Mongolia.
裁判员
Umpire
冷书杜环玉。5号台
Table 5.
运动员格冈奥日罕来自蒙古
Gan Oklong from Mongolia
对阵里沙哈山来自马来西亚
versus Reza Hassan from Malaysia.
裁判员
Umpire
巩一航、田明鑫。6号台
Table 6.
运动员恩铁木真来自蒙古
N Temujin from Mongolia
对阵林书宏来自中国台湾
versus Lin Shuhong from Taiwan, China.
裁判员
Umpire
田颖、刘宇。7号台
Table 7.
运动员杰克贝格斯来自新西兰
Jack Baggs from New Zealand
对阵米格尔努诺来自葡萄牙
versus Miguel Nuno from Portugal.
裁判员
Umpire
张婉玲、李雅帆。8号台
Table 8.
运动员特阿莫尔吉日嘎拉来自蒙古
Tur Ahmad Dargo from Mongolia
对阵杰森塞隆来自南非
versus Jason Theron from South Africa.
裁判员
Umpire
王琦、张梦蝶。9号台
Table 9.
运动员金姆拉克索宁来自芬兰。
Kim Laaksonen from Finland
对阵阿里亚克塞。
versus Alikakse.
裁判员
Umpire
袁义群、王新月。10号台
Table 10.
运动员大卫纳坦·安德森来自南非。
Devon Nathan Anderson from South Africa
对阵希曼舒贾恩来自印度。
versus Himanshu Jain from India.
裁判员
Umpire
张杰琴、耿思林。11号台
Table 11.
运动员俄巴亚拉来自蒙古。
Bayara from Mongolia
对阵戴邦杰来自马来西亚。
versus 戴邦杰 from Malaysia.
裁判员
Umpire
柴新峰、刘法恒。12号台
Table 12.
运动员巴吉班比尔古恩来自蒙古。
Bilgun Bajibal from Mongolia
对阵金惠林来自韩国。
versus 金惠林 from Republic of Korea.
裁判员
Umpire
白云佳、冯雅琪。13号台
Table 13.
运动员雷纳莱加斯皮来自菲律宾。
Reina Mario Laxby from Philippines
对阵道达姆丁贾木奇来自蒙古。
versus Daldamding Hams from Mongolia.
裁判员
Umpire
龚璇、王鹏轩。14号台
Table 14.
运动员特拉布哈苏人来自蒙古。
Tula Pastoran from Mongolia
对阵维罗妮卡来自德国。
versus Veronica from Germany.
裁判员
Umpire
马嘉欣、宋明明。15号台
Table 15.
运动员李博宪来自中国台湾。
李博宪 from Taiwan, China
对阵杨少杰来自缅甸。
versus Feng Mingxiao from Myanmar.
裁判员
Umpire
张娜、吕阳。16号台
Table 16.
运动员马龙朱迪来自法国。
Marlon Jude from France
对阵裘怡君来自荷兰。
versus Alice Chiu from Netherlands.
裁判员
Umpire
田海林、匡俊涛。17号台
Table 17.
运动员乌扎尔汗来自印度。
Uzar Han from India
对阵朴永俊来自韩国。
versus Yongjun Park from Republic of Korea.
裁判员
Umpire
高若飞、张月秋。19号台
Table 19.
运动员阿孟赫格日勒来自蒙古。
Amonkaro from Mongolia
对阵凯利费雪来自英国。
versus Kelly Fisher from Great Britain.
裁判员
Umpire
王文杰、佘真真。 20号台
Table 20.
运动员大卫姆布蒂来自肯尼亚，
David Mupti from Kenya
对阵祖斯卡耶夫安德烈。
versus Andrew Zuskayev.
裁判员
Umpire
王萍萍、徐锦言。21号台
Table 21.
运动员巴斯勒沙加来自菲律宾，
Basil O'Shajar from Philippines
对阵希纳瓦利沙德来自伊朗。
versus Sina Valizar from Iran.
裁判员
Umpire
杨静文、李勇。22号台
Table 22.
运动员孙艺轩来自中国台湾，
孙艺轩 from Taiwan, China
对阵阿比纳夫迪曼来自印度。
versus Abhinav Dhiman from India.
裁判员
Umpire
安家路、张毅。23号台
Table 23.
运动员伊萨姆埃尔巴加尔来自摩洛哥，
Isam El Bagar from Morocco
对阵贾斯汀萨吉奇来自澳大利亚。
versus Justin Sajic from Australia.
裁判员
Umpire
王艺轩、范文涛。接下来是 TV 1号台。
Let's welcome Table TV1.
运动员保罗拉达来自菲律宾，
Paul Lado from Philippines
对阵加雷斯波茨来自英国。
versus Gareth Potts from Great Britain.
裁判员
Umpire
蒋宇格，助理裁判员
Assistant Umpire.
杜立新、张欣欣。
Brilliant competitions are about to be presented. Let's wait and see.
女士们、先生们，精彩赛事即将开始，让我们拭目以待。
加雷斯波茨你好，保罗拉达你好。请双方选手争夺开球选择权。
Absolutely electric scenes here, always before the matches, the announcement of the players and the referees. Welcome back, guys, to the 14th Libo and Joy Cup Grandmasters Finals. We are live from Qinhuangdao here in the Hebei province in China. Now we are back to the international group, stage 1, round 1. 128 players down to 32. This is day 7. As we count down to the finals will be played on the 31st of March, and that will be a race to 39. So I hope you stay with us until then. But for now, on the TV table, Paul Liddal from Philippines goes up against Gareth Potts from Great Britain. Now, race to 13, alternate break format. This is going to be quite an exciting match on the TV table. Very accomplished and experienced 9-ball player in Paul from the Philippines. And of course, Gareth Potts, multiple English 8-ball world titles. The only international player to ever win the Grandmasters finals, and he's won it 3 times. Also, the current reigning Heyball world champion, recently crowned in Australia. So yeah, very exciting matchup between these two players. Next session will be at 6 p.m. and that will be the Chinese group once again playing through. Now, if you are looking for the draws or the live scores, I have posted in the comments section on the YouTube stream and Facebook stream as well. You can have a look at that, and all the tables are currently being live streamed. You can find that on wpalive.tv. You can stream up to 9 tables at once. Check that myself. So you can have the TV table open and have another 8 tables open. You can see exactly what your favorite players are doing and how they are going about their matches. So Paul with the break makes a ball off the break, bottom left corner pocket. Now from the stats I have, hasn't played in one of these Joy Masters events yet, as Paul Liddal. Of course, coming from American 9-ball, will be used to the size of the ball and the physics of the game. Yes, different cut pockets here. This is effectively a 3/4 snooker table. That's the size of it. Snooker cut pockets and cushions. 85 millimeters wide at the slate drop. That's the size of these pockets using American 9-ball type balls. Yeah, he definitely knows he's up against a mountain here in Gareth Potts. Arguably the most successful international player to ever play the game of Heyball. Now we are active on the YouTube and Facebook stream comment section, so if you do have any questions or you'd like to ask me anything, feel free to. I'm your commentator for the Heyball events, for the Joy Heyball events, Raymond Tillack. After this frame, we'll have a look at the draw and have a look at which players are on which tables, see if there's any other exciting matches on at the moment. Did see Australia's Justin Sage in action, Kelly Fisher as well, South Africa's Jason Taron. So far, reading this quite well. Now, if he was straight on the 13, he would have definitely been landing on that 12. However, now he would have to come short side after playing the 13. Yeah, does he risk going into the 12 or even trying to come around the 12? Coming around the 12, quite a steep angle into that bottom right corner pocket. It's not going to be too easy to hold the cue ball unless he can hold it on that solid. Definitely went into the solid, but didn't make the pot, and it's going to be a free run here for Gareth Potts now. In Heyball, very dangerous situation when you are left with just one ball. And you try and attempt that clearance and you're not able to convert it. So firstly, if the table isn't open, like it is for solids, your opponent can put you in all kinds of trouble. Our first match of the tournament so far for Gareth Potts comes in as a seeded player, Joy seeded player here. Speaking of the seeded players, I do see a question about them. So Gareth Potts is a seeded player. Kelly Fisher is also playing. She's on at the moment. We'll have a look at which table she's on. So we have added the 32 seeded players already. We played down to 96 from 384 in the qualifying rounds. And then from 96, we added 32 to give us the 128 that's playing at the moment, down to 32 once again. Taking these very nicely in this first frame is Gareth Potts. Now making a clearance off your opponent's break when it's your first visit to the table, that goes down as a rack and run. And of course, if you make the clearance off your own break, it's a break and run. So first frame done, first point on the board for Gareth Potts, and first clearance for him as well. So yes, the seeded players have already joined the draw. A few others to mention: Stephen Ellis, Jordan Shepherd, Arfan Dad. Those are the seeded players that have entered the draw already. I believe Stephen Ellis, Arfan Dad and Jordan Shepherd were in play yesterday. So playing down to 32 at the moment in the international division, and the Chinese will also play down to 32. And then we have stage 2, where it's an open draw between the 32 international and 32 Chinese players. Single elimination then. Big break from Gareth Potts. We already know what cues he's using. He's using the Potts cue. That's his own brand. Also a great cue to play the game of Heyball with. Seen quite a few of the top players using the Potts cue. So what actually went into developing that cue was when he first came over to China, he realized that he didn't feel comfortable playing with the 9-ball cue or 13mm tip. And a snooker cue was slightly too thin. An English 8-ball cue as well, too thin. Now that's his background, comes from an English 8-ball background. So I had to find a compromise, something with tip size above 10mm, but a shaft that could withstand the weight of the balls. Just from watching the first clearance, and even now, looks to be in devastating form, is Gareth Potts. I know earlier in the YouTube comment section there was a conversation about timing and how important it is. You're going to see a player that times that ball almost perfectly. That's Gareth Potts. And just like that, rack and run followed by a break and run. 2-0 up already in this race to 13 as Gareth Potts. So let's have a look at who's playing at the moment on the other tables. I've also put those links in the description or in the comment section of the YouTube page and the Facebook page as well. Yeah, let's see who we have. Oh, we have Ali Pordell playing at the moment also comes in as a seeded player. Reza Hassan up against Gan Orkon from Mongolia. It's on table 5.
第3局，保罗拉达开球。
Jason Taron from South Africa in action against Tur Amarjagal from Mongolia. That's table 8. And we have Phonement also. He also comes in as a seeded player. Phonement Kyo, table 15 against Li Baoxian. Yongjun Park from Korea. If you'd remember in the previous station, the Nanning station did very well in the Super Tour, did Yongjun Park. Kelly Fisher playing on table 19. David Mbuti playing on table 20. So what you can do is have a look at the links that I've put in the comment section. You'll find the bracket and the live scores. Now you'll see the table numbers as well. And then you can head over to wpalive.tv and you'll be able to find that table with the corresponding players and watch those matches, as well as watch multiple matches at the same time with the multi-view feature. Did see a question earlier about the difference between American 8-ball and Heyball. So firstly, the table, it's the same balls. The rule set is very similar. Except American 8-ball, you do have to call the pockets, I believe. So here you don't have to call the pockets on any of the balls. But you do have to make contact with the cushion after contact with the object ball by either the object ball or the cue ball. If the cue ball goes in on the break, it has to be played behind the balk line and have to play forward. I'd say the main difference is the table. And that's what you're looking at. Napped cloth, Joy Q8 table. It's about 9 foot, 3/4 snooker table size with the Lieberwind 8848 cloth and the snooker cut pockets. Oh, he's played that well. He's played that really well. He's been a little bit unfortunate. It was just one error in the first frame, and it's cost him 2 points already, allowing Gareth to come back into that frame, and of course with Gareth break next. Meant he's 2-0 down before he touches the table again, but alternate break format, at least you are coming back to the table. Your opponent can't put you in that chair. He just has to make sure he can get around those stripe balls In a format like this, especially at this level, you have to be able to hold your break at least. Hold your break and then hope for a dry break from your opponent where you get a chance at capitalizing on that. Nicely done from Paul Liddal to get his first point on the board. Very nice clearance from him. The score is 2-1 in favor of Gareth Potts. This is a race to 13 alternate break format.
高档羊毛皂一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。
第4局，加雷斯波茨开球。
So far, a very high standard in this match, and that's what we expect from these two players, especially on the main TV table here. Gareth Potts to break, 2-1 up. Right in the center, doesn't get those balls going to the center pocket. Unfortunately, the 9 goes in though, bottom right corner pocket. Look at the cue ball control there, he hit that really well. So the technique with Gareth Potts' break is more control than power. But he hits it so well that he's able to then transfer whatever power he's putting through right into the pack. And gets the cue ball controlled as well.
Ten seconds. 延时。 10 seconds.
The previous match we did see how important it is to pot a ball on the break. Player that ended up losing that match was actually the player had about a 20% potting a ball on the break rate. But here so far both these players breaking well, so it's going to come down to errors within the frame. At the moment, the only error I can see was that slight miscalculation by Paul in the first frame. Other than that, flawless from both players. Look, even if he is straight on this, no shortage of cue power to get the cue ball off the cushion and closer to the black ball. Didn't need to, had enough angle to stun out of that. Here we go again. What a standard from these players. Finish for finish at the moment. Absolutely brilliant stuff on the main TV table from these two. And there we have the scoreline, 3-1 in favor of Gareth Potts. It is Paul to break next. 2 break and runs, 1 rack and run from Gareth, 1 break and run from Paul. So far Gareth Potts with 100% clearance rate in 1 visit. And when the level is this high in a match, it's a bit of pressure on both players, but I'd say because of the scoreline, more pressure on Paul. He has to reply. And they're both using center breaks, so what happens is, if you're not dropping a ball, you're leaving a very open table. And that looks like that's a dry break. As we see that again, there's a 12, just catching the jaw of the center pocket. However, I did see a solid and a stripe get together at the top end in the balk area. If you are taking solids, you're going to have to deal with the 3. It's tied to the 13 in the balk area. I'm going to look at the bottom end of the table, 6 ball. Doesn't look like it passes the 14 from here, but of course from a different camera angle it might look different. The groupings at the bottom end of the table quite tricky here. Got the 1 heading towards that bottom left corner pocket, but have to take the 4 out first to release it. Do see Heyball Temujin from Mongolia also in action at the moment on table 6. Now Heyball Temujin, one of those players, really exciting stuff from him. One of the best Mongolian players at the moment is Temujin. Fury player, I believe, as well. Sponsored by Fury, uses the equipment. Absolutely solid young man. And he's always making it quite deep into these tournaments. Always tough to control the cue ball coming from distance like this. Just floats it in the gap. Should be on the 1 ball still. Now, if the 6 doesn't pass the 14, what he can do is he can take the 5 next with the angle where his cue is at the moment, and then come short side for the 6 and play it into the bottom left corner pocket. Check side to straighten up the cue ball. There is enough angle on that 5. Yeah, just wasn't comfortable on the shot there. Unless something in the crowd. I think that could be it. Yeah, a little bit of movement in the stands. And yeah, as a player, you see that out of the corner of your eye. Takes a lot of discipline, though, to get up off the shot and center yourself once again, go through your pre-shot routine, get back down. Yeah, so far, absolutely brilliant. Short side on the 6. This was not an easy clearance to navigate through. How well do you have to see the game to see the clearance the way he did in this frame? Absolutely brilliant. Gareth Potts with another clearance, and that is off the dry break from Paul. 4-1 up now. And that's a rack and run, so that still keeps his one visit clearance rate to 100% at the moment. Every time he's come to the table, he's cleared in one visit. The thing is, Paul hasn't done much wrong. Slight mistake in the first frame, and a dry break now, and you 4-1 down. That's the standard at these tournaments, and that's the standard that Gareth is playing at the moment. So the only way for Paul now is to make sure he can keep his break at least, to not let the lead extend more. Another massive break from Gareth. 2 balls in on that break. Throwing quite a lot of power at that, but you can see the cue ball still remains in the center area of the table. It's not flying all over, so there is still control in that. This is going to be a tougher one on stripes. It's the 15 and the 10. Look, solids aren't too great at first glance as well. The 7 does go into the center pocket, but blocked by the 4.
10 seconds. 延时.
He's taken his extension. Players get 45 seconds per shot. 1 extension of 30 seconds in a frame. So that's the first extension I think we've had. Just nudges the 10 out. 10 should be available now to the center pocket. But also you aren't playing with the full pocket there, with the 7 being where it is. You can see what I mean. Look at the 7 just on the inside jaw, which is why he's played it to the outside jaw. Almost losing the cue ball, however. It's one of the international players from India in the grandstands there. Anupama Ramchandran, professional snooker player. Also great player at these Joy Heyball events. Cue ball is always heading towards the 15. He's still okay though. Looks to me like there's enough of an angle to get the cue ball onto the other side from the 9. Unless does he fancy the bank on the 15. Yeah, it's going to be the bank. Now here, not only the pot on the 15 that's important, cue ball control. Don't want to end up blocked by the 1 ball. There it goes, and how's the cue ball around and almost perfect. That was a tough clearance to make. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Gareth Potts, showing you not only can he make the clearances when he's in position all the time, but even when he runs out of position sometimes, still makes it.
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求杆，化一切为可能。
Yeah, tough place to be at the moment if you are sat in that chair watching Gareth playing the way he is. But look, it's a race to 13. You have to believe. You have to believe. Somebody said in the comment section on YouTube earlier, you have to believe that you are meant to be here. Using that center break, not getting the balls in the center. 15 also not in the corner. And that's a dry break from Paul. What a time. Because at the moment, Gareth Potts is 5 from 5. And I do believe, so far on the TV table, highest standard we have seen in this tournament. Now I do see that some of you are looking to watch some of the other matches on at the moment. Now the other tables are being streamed. I'm going to try and help you get there. If you go into your browser and you search for WPA Live.tv,
10 seconds.
If you look at the corner of your screen here, the top right corner, you can see it there, wpalive.tv. If you go to that website, on the homepage, you'll see live and upcoming the 14th World Heyball Masters Grand Finals. Click on that and you can see all the tables currently live. Now, if you are on your PC or if you are using your phone browser in desktop mode, you can actually use the multi-view feature where you can have 9 tables open at once. I know somebody in a YouTube section was looking for the match of David and Booty. That is table 20. Currently have it open on my screen as well. 3-0 down. All matches are currently live. So to enter this tournament, we had 384 international players in the international qualifier, and all you had to do is either go through your Q Sport, your official Q Sport body in your country, and if you didn't have one, then you contact the Joy staff directly as soon as you saw the post out. It was that simple. Spots filled up really quickly because there was only 384 spots, but as I said, if you had a Q Sport governing body in your country, they would be the ones to contact, and they would contact Joy and officially give your names in. And if you didn't, you just submit it yourself to Joy and the rest is done. When the tournament did open and spots were open, nobody was refused entry. All players from around the world were welcome to play in this tournament. Now this is exactly what Paul needs to do. These are the frames that he has to win. He's at the table. Chance is a chance. I'm quite keen to see how he deals with the 2 stripes at the bottom right side of the table. I thought if he comes higher on the 14, maybe plays 14 off cushion and black ball, he opens the pocket. But to me, it looks like he's looking at 14 into the center pocket. And then to come short side on the 11, that was a tough ask. Very, very tough. The problem I see with the scoreline here at the moment is 6 frames down. This was Paul's break, so if Potts wins this, he's breaking in the next frame, which could mean trouble. The scoreline could change a lot. Yeah, what a shot that is from distance. Made that look a lot easier than it actually is. You hit that 3 wrong at the corner of the pocket and it's not going in. Now in this match so far, after 6 frames played, this is the first frame where we've had multiple visits and not a 1 visit clearance. Say a little bit pacey there on that cue ball. Now has to find a gap. He's got some room for error, only needs a sight of that black ball. And it looks like he's good down on the shot. And this for 6-1. It's there, 6-1 for Gareth Potts, and he'll be breaking in the next frame as well. 7 frames gone. Race to 13. Gareth Potts 6-1 up. While the referee racks the balls, let's have a look at some of the score lines from the other matches on at the moment. See Cale Barrett against Mo Keen, who on table 3. Cale Barrett 3-2 up. Gan Orkon and Reza Hassan 3-all. Iqbal Temujin 6-0 up at the moment. Jason Turon 3-2 up against Tur Amajagal. That's table 8. David Anderson from South Africa 2-1 up against Dinesh Jain. Veronica Halliday also playing at the moment, 5-2 up. Phoneman Kyo against Lee Bo Xian, 2-all. That's on table 15. That's another exciting match to watch. Marion Jude 4-0 up against Elise Q, table 16. Kelly Fisher 4-1 up at the moment as well in her match. And Justin Sayich 6-0 up against Issam Al-Bagar. Surprise scoreline, Sina Valazeda 6-1 down against Basil Al-Shajar. Table 21. Now this is a chance again for Paul to capitalize and make something happen here. Look, I'm sure there's got to be some nerves involved at the moment, especially when you've almost been put in an electric chair in an alternate break format. Something we see in the winner's break format, term usually used in 9-ball when your opponent just consecutively runs racks on you. You sat in that chair watching them. And then if you do get a chance, when you do get a chance, you have to be able to perform right out the gate. can see the 12 does go. That was enough of the center pocket to get that in. Now has to get the cue ball into that balk area to deal with that 15 and 13 that's there. Look, I feel for Paul at the moment. All he needs to do is just make a nice clearance, get a few more points on the scoreboard, and start playing more naturally. The game will come to him, because it's been a tough first session here for him at the moment, or first 8 frames. You're playing a race to 13, best of 25 frames, so you split that up into these 8-frame mini sessions. Nice. Nothing gives you some confidence like hearing that ball go into the back of the pocket. Gareth out of his chair. I think he would have been looking at whether the 13 can go. Can't, not from this camera angle.
10 seconds. 延时.
Or can it? It couldn't. Yeah, I was pretty sure that couldn't go. And there we have Dennis Okolo seated there, watching his fellow countrymen.
Seconds. 5.
So Gareth trying to get that 2 ball into a better position, and cue ball wrong side of the 13, not allowing him a chance to pot the 13, even if the 15 is visible. Thought as much. Played the carom onto the 13 from the 15. That was an excellent try. That would have been a wonderful shot had he pulled that off, but from that distance, it wasn't going to be easy to get that much action on the cue ball.
Seconds.
The cue ball being where it is, hampered cueing if he's going to be going for the 5 into the center. And pretty much anywhere you leave that cue ball, there's going to be a chance for Paul here. And that is 5 to the center. It's not there. He's tried to put the cue ball down here in the one place where Paul can't see the stripes. One cushion escape. It's gonna need some side to get that cue ball that far. Here it comes. Yeah, brilliant effort once again. Now that is set. And there, tap on the table from Gareth, acknowledging good shot from Paul.
Seconds. 5, 4.
Now this time, cue ball behind that grouping of 1-6 black ball. Has he got it? I think there's a gap. There's a gap, but to pot is difficult. So cushion first. That's if you can't see it directly. Clip the 15.
Seconds. 5, 4.
Just looking to get that cue ball safe once again. This time I do think there's enough of it.
4 symbol.
But if he can see it, he needs to pot it and get position on the 15. He's got it. That's the slowest he could play that. The 15 needs to go as well now.
Seconds.
It does look to me like the 7 can sneak into that center pocket on the left side. 3 as well on the right side. It's just about navigating through this now. In this game, at this level, Especially a situation like this, it does come across quite often where your opponent leaves the last ball hanging in the jaw. Only good thing for Gareth is none of his solids are around that area, the pocket where the 15 is. He's got to find a way to stay low on the 6 to the center so he gets the cue ball into the top half of the table. And that's the connector 4 to the 6. And that's where he wants to be. He needs to be low on the 6 to the center pocket. So the cue ball naturally travels up into the balk area. And that's how you try and make this game as easy as it can be. Is always being on the right side. Means you're not having to force the cue ball or work the cue ball that much. I mean, how many times do you miss a shot because you had to work the cue ball too much? Couldn't have placed that better if you had ball in hand. Mind you, that 7 is still not easy. That's a tight angle into that center pocket. He's put the cue ball in the best place he could. Delicate little shot to get that 7 in. And it's there, 7-1 to Gareth Potts after 8 frames played. And that brings us to our player break. We'll be back in just over 5 minutes, under 10 minutes. Gareth Potts leading 7-1 over Paul Liddal from Philippines. Race to 13.
立百文台迷，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台名，丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言，立百文全球销量第一。
一点是聚焦、沉淀。 一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面。 以小见大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
我是代言人赵卫国。 星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
what you do to me.
That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。 只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下。 已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第9局，保罗拉达开球。犯规。 线后自由球。
And we are back after that 8-frame player break in this race to 13, round 1 of stage 1 in the international group. 128 players playing down to 32 with the seeded players already added. We have Gareth Potts from the UK against Paul Liddal from Philippines. 7-1 at the moment in favor of Gareth Potts. And at the moment, it's been almost perfection from Gareth here in this match. But not that one. He knew it. He knew it as soon as he hit that one. Just caught the 7-2 fine. Chance for Paul Liddal now. The 10 ball on the right side. That's not looking too easy. Plus he got the 13 just below the 1 ball. He has to find a way up table and find a way to get behind that 10. If not, he does have the 15 to actually play into the 10. With Gareth pretty much controlling the top right-hand side of the table. Not exactly where he wanted to be on this 9. Is a little bit too straight on it to move the cue ball enough easily. And there you can see how straight he is, almost. On a shot like that, you'd like a bit more of an angle so you can easily move the cue ball around.
Seconds. 5, 4.
It's quite a decent cue ball, and I think you might have just blocked that pocket for the 5 ball to the top left corner pocket. Would definitely preferred to keep Gareth in his chair for the rest of this frame, but unfortunately getting to the 10 ball was problematic. Tend to make this game quite difficult when you do leave the problem balls for last.
5.
Look, he's left the 13 on. that 13 cuts back into the top left corner pocket. I'm sure it does. I think he was playing the carom off the 6 to try and just touch the 7 in. That's not bad if he's blocked the pocket completely for the 1 at least, because now the 5 ball can't go into the top left. It's going to give Gareth something to think about if the 1 doesn't go. He's going to have to work around that. Might have to take 6 first to release the 1 into the opposite corner. More than enough space and even able to just knock the 5 out. So I'd say he should be able to get short side of the 5 and play it into either center pocket or corner pocket.
Yes. 10 seconds. 延时。
Yeah, nicely done. Keeps the 6 in front of the pocket, which means he can play 5 onto the 6 now. Needs the 5 to stay there as well. Would have been a bad time for a double drop had the 5 ball followed the 6, but it looks like this one's going the way of Gareth Potts as well, and it's there, 8 point on the board. He's 8-1 up in this race to 13. Really stamping his authority on this match and on this tournament thus far. One of the highest standards we've seen at the moment here at this 14th Joy Cup and Libo in Grandmasters Finals.
第10局，加雷斯波斯开球。
Now currently 8-1 up, 9 frames played. Gareth Potts to break in the 10th frame. Nothing there. Table over to you, Paul. Look, it's a mountain to climb, 8-1, but you have to see it as your opponent is still 5 away from the finish line.
10 seconds.
And if they were able to increase their lead like that, capitalizing on your mistakes, then you need to try and do the same to them. Although at the moment Gareth not making that many mistakes. Look, if Paul can grab a few frames, make a few good clearances, he could get some momentum, try and shift the pressure a little bit. It's so easy to say that from where we are, comfortably watching the match. When you sat in that chair, it's an entirely different story. The thoughts that go through your head, the emotions. It actually gets quite difficult to think straight when you are down like that. Everything can seem difficult. It's a bad place to be. But the positive here is this is not a timed match. So for a player like Paul at the moment, 8-1 down, time is not a factor. You are playing to 13. That looks like it's there. That's a great pot on the 9. And he's played that to be on the 11 at the bottom left-hand side. Just enough angle on that 12 to get some shape on the black ball. This would be a wonderful clearance and a brilliant time to have one for Paul. Now, so far, this is off Gareth's try break, so he'll be breaking in the next frame, will Paul. It's there, off the outside jaw. Played that brilliantly. And that's a rack and run for Paul Liddal off Gareth Potts' try break. Gets his second point on the board. And he'll be breaking in the next frame now. It's 8-2 if he can convert that. It's 8-3. 8-3 looks a lot different from 8-1. See Ali Pordell in his match on table 2, 6-3 up at the moment. Cale Barrett, Mo Keen, who 5-all on table 3. Some tight matches here. Another big scoreline though. Enikbal Temujin 9-3 up in his match. Jack Beggs 7-3 up against Miguel Nuno. Has he made a ball? Didn't see one go in. If there was a time to break in, it was now. Foneman Kyo 8-2 up against Li Bo Xian. Marion Jude 6-2 up against Elise Q. Kelly Fisher 7-2 up in her match on table 19. Justin Sage 10-2 up as well. These matches are moving very quickly, I have to say. Quite a few tight matches here, but then some really large differences in the scorelines. Jason Turon from South Africa currently 6-4 up against Tur Amarjagal from Mongolia. That is on table 8.
10 seconds. 延时。
Yeah, that cue ball is quite close to the 12. 10 seconds again. He's used his extension, so he needs to play this now.
4.
Banking this 10 to the left center. That's what it looks like. Yeah, it's there. He knows his banks very well on this table, does Gareth. Also makes that look way too easy. Dead stop on the cue ball to hold for the stripe and balk. Angle he has on this also allows him to get the cue ball down nicely inside of the 5. Not easy to hold a rest like that. There's a lot of movement coming from that rest when you don't have it flat, but you can't do that because of the 2 and the 1 being in the way. And also using the rest like that, you can't really put too much power through the cue. Which is why he hasn't finished perfectly on this 13 ball. Just has to make sure he's around the black ball. Yeah, paced absolutely perfectly. Just when it looked like Paul might be trying to make a comeback here, that try break cost him another point. 9th point to Gareth Potts. He's 9-2 up after 11 frames played in this race to 13.
第12局，加雷斯波斯开球。
Gareth pots to break, 9-2 up. Now just 4 away from the finish line. Makes the 5-ball bottom left corner pocket. Really gets the power through those balls. You can see the split. Actually, most of the balls top half of the table. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he has the easiest first shot here. That's going to be tactical. In the game of rules of Heyball, you can't play 9 onto the 2 and select grouping like that. If you are playing a combination, it has to be stripe on stripe or solid on solid. Just like if you do pot a solid, make contact with a solid, pot a solid, and the cue ball goes and pots a stripe, you are solids, as that's the ball you made contact with first. To me, it looks like the 3 does go. Playing a little bit too open is Paul Liddal. Because he's taken that on and wasn't really worried about what he'd be leaving, and that was a tough shot to take on. Is there a reason Gareth put the cue ball there? That's exactly what he was looking for. The cannon into the 12 ball to release the 7, but unfortunately, look where the 7's gone. Not prime position of that cue ball, tight up against the 12. It's actually playing the right-hand side of the cue ball and still getting the pot on the 1. It's the only part of the cue ball he actually could play. Was either a really high bridge over the 12 or coming down the side of the 12 and just contacting the right side of the cue ball.
Seconds. 延时.
Still, this is tough. This is tough because even if you take the 6 to the center, how do you get onto the 4 at least? It's going to be a tactical move. Release the 7. Behind the 9 contains your opponent. At the same time, releases that 7. That was the plan. Now, almost anything that Paul does here, he's going to be leaving the 2 open. Unless he gets behind the 2. That was the only way. Had to also make sure he makes contact with the cushion with the cue ball, as the 9 wasn't going to go far enough. But it's going to be a similar type shot. Keep that cue ball there behind the 2. Then that could be a frame winner.
Seconds.
Referee calls 10 seconds. He has to shoot.
4.
I expect him to make contact, which he does, but to get the cue ball safe is not going to be easy. That is not the worst result. Look, even 9-2 up. I mean, the option is there to try and drill the 7 into the center pocket. But that's just playing way too open, and you're giving your opponent quite a chance. And it's a risky shot, 7 to the center. Low percentage and high percentage of leaving something on for your opponent. And so that's the experience and discipline that comes from Gareth Potts. He knows 9-2 up, but the match is not over. I'm sure in his career, not only has he been the one to come back from score lines, but also been on the receiving end of a few.
10 seconds.
Smart shot from Paul to block that pocket. From here, it doesn't look like there's a way in for the 4 or the 6. Benefit in potting it and then trying to get the cue ball safe afterwards. Legal shot. Heyball rules, you can pot your opponent's ball as long as you do make contact with your ball first.
Seconds. 5.
Does he have the potting angle of the 13? No. Trying to cause a bit of problems with the 4 ball, but didn't do so. So things are more open now for Solids and Gareth Potts. Now from the 7, I would have thought it would be better to get behind the 6, play 6 onto 4 and then 6, but if you do land on the 4, then you might have to play the 6 from the short side. It's not going to be easy to swing around the 6 from the 4 though. It's the location of where the 4 is. Yeah, he's trying to get behind the 6 here. Needs more pace. It's always going to be a bit tough, that one. You're playing into a small gap. Not much room for error, especially coming through the traffic.
Seconds.
Legal shot, made contact with the 6, and then cue ball made contact with the cushion. But a reprieve for poor Liddal. Can he get this third point on the board? Tricky little shot, that one. Very easy to make a push shot out of that. Double touch on the cue ball, and the cue ball follows through, so you have to be very snappy with the cue action there. Look, you can't get through to the 13, so he's going to have to play.
10 seconds.
He's playing 15 onto the 4. Yeah, and get the cue ball safe on the cushion, wrong side of the 6. It's not too bad, taking the tactical game to Gareth here. You know, Gareth's just come around and having a look at the potting angle of the 6 to the bottom right. Oh my word. Oh my word. I can't believe he's got that in. Unbelievable pot from Gareth. Yeah, the safety wasn't good enough, unfortunately. There was enough of it. Didn't think that could go from that angle. Needed one more good shot to get that black ball in, but not to be. So even after that fantastic pot on the 6, Paul comes back to the table. Yeah, very true. He's nearly overcut that 6 ball that went in. There was room to spare there. Now, where the black ball is not the easiest place to pot it from. You'd have to be right behind it to make it that much easier, but he still has to worry about 15 and 13 down this end of the table. Because that's not a dead set combination. He's going to have to remove the 15 first. to me like he should just have enough of it. Unless, is he rethinking that? Does he have enough? I'm very surprised by that. I'm very surprised by that. Look, the combination didn't look like it was on. He's played the 13 first. So, second attempt at this black ball for Gareth. And still stays out, but purposefully screwed the cue ball to the balk cushion and gets second prize. Look at that. Hand comes out from Gareth to apologize for that, but what a piece of good fortune that is. Now, you know how the pool gods work. Favor the better player. Favor the player that's playing better in the session. Yeah, I could see what he was trying to do there. Try and catch the 15 and put the cue ball behind the 13. Yeah, hand raised again from Gareth. That's unlucky for Paul to be snookered behind that black ball from his 2 stripes. And that is 10th point for Gareth Potts. 10-2 up, race to 13. Now 10-2 down, Paul Liddal from Philippines to break. It's a race to 13. He's put everything into that. That 4 should be going in. I think at this point, even he's going to feel like things are just not rolling for him. Look at the 4 ball, bottom corner pocket. It's almost halfway over the slate. That makes sure that Gareth has an easy starter. 3-4 solids in play. Nicely picked off the 5 ball from that grouping. Cue ball back out into the middle of the table. Can't dry break against Gareth Potts, unfortunately. At this level in the competition, that ends up counting as a mistake. I think in this competition in general, I mean, even if you look at the qualifying stages and you speak to players that lost their match, most of them will tell you it's the break that was letting them down. Because you dry break or you put the cue ball on the break, automatically advantage over to your opponent. If they are able to get that point on the board, it's their break next being alternate break. And this black ball for another rack and run. An 11 point for Gareth Potts, 11-2 up, and he's going to be breaking in the next frame as well. Once again, the only mistake made is a dry break from Paul. So a few multiple visit frames, but looking at that, 11 points, 7 one-visit clearances for Gareth. Paul Liddal on 2 points, 1 break and run, 1 rack and run. Is their way back? Can he find something? Can he stop Gareth Potts? Yeah, to me it looks like he's been working on that break as well as Gareth. So on that break, 3 solid balls in. Gareth going for stripes. So it can happen sometimes. Pot 3 of one set and the other set's actually looking better. They connect better. And also based on the opening shot after the break. Those factors will come into play when choosing the grouping here in this game. So although tied up against the black ball, he's on the 9. Now, the angle he has on the 9, it doesn't really put him on the 15 directly. Which is why he's had to go 1 cushion and out. A little bit of a tester, but run this through and he's going to be on the 11. Always a little bit tougher when the cue ball is closer to a cushion. You have to make sure that you don't decel through the cue action. Keep everything still with a shot like that. That is another break and run for Gareth Potts. 12th point on the board after 14 frames. 12-2 up in this race to 13 over Paul Liddal from Philippines. Still a very high rate of clearing the table in one visit. 8 one-visit clearances out of 12 for Gareth. The rest of those points were a few tactical frames, but in the end came on top of those ones as well. Paul Liddal from the Philippines to break. 12-2 down, race to 13. And how does a ball not fall? A lot of power into that. Look at the split. A few balls catching the jaw. You see the 3 rattling down bottom right. Saw a ball go through in and out of the center pocket as well. What do you do in a situation like this? You're not getting a good roll. You're playing against a player who's hardly making a mistake.
10 seconds. 延时.
Oh, that's a miss from Gareth Potts. And he's left it in the jaws of the pocket. As we see that again, overcut, I believe. Catches the inside jaw, it does. And just caught too much of that inside jaw to not make it into that pocket, unfortunately. Even though scoreline is what it is, you can't ever give up in this game. He's going to finish up in the balk area and then move to the bottom end of the table. Got the 13 to connect to after this 11. I made sure he was low on that 11. He's low on the 13 as well, which naturally brings the cue ball down table. Taken these well so far. Doesn't mind the kiss into the 4. He's still okay. Got side of the 14 and the potting angle of the 9 to the center. He puts a 9 in the center. All he needs is sight of the 14. Just has to be careful of the traffic coming down table. And the pot, of course. More worried about the cue ball positioning and the traffic.
No. No. 10 seconds.
Gareth tried to call an extension. No extensions left.
4.
Means he's got to shoot this now. He's played to pot that stripe. He's played to pot that stripe, and unfortunately, that stripe hasn't gone in. He would have left the snooker if that went in. Behind 7 and black ball towards the 9 for Paul Dow. Don't think the black ball passes the 7 into the bottom left. Which would mean he has to play the black ball into the center left then. A few rolls more would have been better. So it's got to go. Make sure of this. Looks good. It's there. Paul Liddal gets his third frame on the board. 12-3 down. My mistake in this race to 13. And it will be Gareth Potts to break in the next frame.
第16局，加雷斯波斯开球。
So currently 12-3 up in this race to 13. Round 1, stage 1 match. In the international division, Gareth Potts to break and nothing there, unfortunately. Yeah, this time you see the 13 not going to that bottom left corner. Normally potting a ball there.
Seconds.
So that's going to mean Paul Liddal with the opening opportunity here in this frame. Now this currently being the 15th frame. Well, the 16th frame, 15 frames played. It means we will have the player break after this. Every 8 frames there is a player break. So it would be nice for Paul to get that 4th point in the board. Look, a scoreline 12-2 and 12-4. It's a big difference already. And this is off Gareth's break, so if he wins this one, it means that he'll be breaking in the next frame. Gives him an opportunity to try and keep Gareth Potts in that chair as long as he can. Just has to make certain now 3 more pots in this frame. Black ball hidden behind the 12 ball means that he's going to have to get the cue ball on the side of the table. It's not a friendly angle to take the 6 down to the bottom corner, which is why he's taking it to the center. This just became a lot more trickier, but he's good. He's past the 9 as well. That's a decent clearance from Paul Liddal. Cue ball stays on the table as well. Gets his 4th point on the board. That's 12-4 in favor of Gareth Potts. 16 frames played. 10-minute player break. We'll be back just under 10 minutes. Thank you, guys.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆化一切为可能，超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选， 严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。毒蜘蛛，匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们秋。
暂停结束，比赛继续，第17局，保罗达拉开球。
And the players are back after that 16-frame player break. 12-4 the scoreline to Gareth Potts over Paul Liddal from Philippines. And it is Paul to break. Story of this match so far. Just a few unlucky rolls for Paul. 1 or 2 errors and I mean, it's been one-way traffic for Gareth. But this time, things might be turning in his favour. Potts the ball off the break. Made a clearance of Gareth's dry break in the previous frame. Let's see what he can do now.
Ten seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Went for stripes, didn't get it into the center pocket, and he's pushed the 13 over the bottom left corner. There we are, right behind. There's a touch of side on that cue ball. A touch of right hand side. Pushed the cue ball to the left and he missed that thin. That stripe secure for Gareth Potts now. Looking at the 11-14. Doesn't look like it's a set combination, but has to find a way to release them. Releases the stripes, pushes the 2-ball close to the cushion. He hasn't left anything straightforward for Paul at the moment.
Seconds.
Wasn't straightforward, but he made the pot. Good pot in the 2-ball. Now there's enough space to get the 7-ball in. Is he going to play 7-13? Now his turn to try and put the cue ball safe. It's actually a good shot, taking the game now to Gareth Potts. Could have been slightly better if that 7 was right over that corner pocket. Would have meant that no matter where Gareth leaves the cue ball up table, he's got a shot. He's got something to pot.
Seconds. 延时.
Gareth using his extension, and for good reason. Does look like he has line of sight of the 14 in the balk area. But also, you want to get the cue ball safe, and look at how tight that cue ball was to that cushion. And once again, there's nothing straightforward, so possibly also looking at where he can leave that cue ball to make things a bit tougher for Gareth, but at the same time trying to get one of those solids at least in a potable position when he comes back to the table. Needs the cue ball to run a bit more. To me, it looks like the 15 goes to the top corner. And there we are, right behind the 15 ball. It does go top left corner pocket. It's there. Can't leave this man with half a chance. I think in this entire match so far, he's just missed 2 balls. This clearance is for the 13 point for Gareth. And that would mean the win as well. He continues through in the winner's bracket as we play down in stage 1 of the international group. 128 players down to 32. And this for the match. It's their victory for Gareth Potts, 13-4 over Paul Liddal from the Philippines. It was really a tough match, especially at the beginning, for Paul to play against an almost perfect Gareth Potts. And in the end, it's the Englishman Gareth Potts who takes victory. We'll be back at about 6 p.m. for our next session. That's 1.5 hours time. That will be from the Chinese group, round 1, stage 1 of the Chinese group, as we play 96 down to 48, double elimination as well. I'm your commentator for the Joy events, Raymond Tillack from South Africa, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you guys for being tuned in. See you later.
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动。在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现，只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。 鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰交边，与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥。丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，立百文全球销量第一。超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，以专业缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质经得起推敲，胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's been no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用 用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，这我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥。丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言，立百文全球销量第一。 金板、白金板，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，以专业缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质、经得起推敲，胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝， 因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边应塑造，好胶边应塑造。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、 生产销售于一体的大型生产企业，优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌，就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，重重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀，一线是专注、艺术，一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。 龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥，丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位。有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
音速胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，音速胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。音速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。 优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中老，过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，重重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀，一线是专注、艺术，一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台泥，
高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言，以百闻全球销量第一。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's been no question.
Wasted
音速胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，音速胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。音速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，这我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来。 林肯球杆。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦抬弹，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦抬弹，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。 精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹酒杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀，一线是专注、艺术，一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥。丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，立百文全球销量第一。超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
floor, let's make it grow, 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 you gotta shake it. You just gotta shake. Just shake it. Shake it to the floor, let's make it grow. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it to the floor, let's make it grow. Grow, 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 you gotta shake it. You just gotta shake. Just shake it. Shake it to the floor, let's make it grow. Shake it to the floor, let's make it grow.
Get up now, can't wait your turn. London's on fire while Paris burns. True respect, it's yours to earn. I'll select it, you can turn. Resurrect it, no concern. Remember when we used to go to the rave, to the dance, 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 to the rave, to the dance. Get up now, can't wait your turn.
London's on fire while Paris burns.
Get up now, can't wait your turn. London's on fire while Paris burns. To the rave, to the dance, to the rave, to the dance. Time turns. Get up now, can't wait your turn. London's on fire while Paris burns. True respect, it's yours to earn. I'll select it, you can turn. Resurrect it, no concern. Remember when we used to go to the rave, to the dance, 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 to the rave. Now, can't wait your turn.
London's on fire while Paris burns.
Get up now, can't wait your turn. London's on fire while Paris burns.
10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。
Joy Billiards uniting the world. Liber Wing Class and Joy Cup. 14th Heyball Masters Grand Finals will begin now. Welcome to the athletes and referees.
中巴转动，世界球童，女士们、先生们，利百文台泥乔氏杯第14届中式八球大师赛总决赛正赛国内组第1阶段1至12组5场7场的比赛现在开始，让我们以最热烈的掌声欢迎裁判员、运动员。1号台
Table 1.
运动员刘闯对阵盛一晨，裁判员
Umpire
刘宇、田颖。2号台
Table 2.
运动员司小雨对阵蒋志茂，裁判员
Umpire
范文涛、安家路。3号台
Table 3.
运动员陈强对阵齐国孝，裁判员
Umpire
王鹏轩、龚璇。4号台
Table 4.
运动员长乐对阵周坤，裁判员
Umpire
王新月、田海林。5号台
Table 5.
运动员戴勇对阵孟凡宇，裁判员
Umpire
刘法恒、柴新峰。6号台
Table 6.
运动员金俊对阵王小倩，裁判员
Umpire
杜环玉、冷舒。7号台
Table 7.
运动员王鹏对阵李英东，裁判员
Umpire
徐锦言、张婉玲。8号台
Table 8.
运动员郑宇博对阵杨帆，裁判员
Umpire
张月秋、高若飞。9号台
Table 9.
运动员于乐毅对阵刘宇乐，裁判员
Umpire
杜立新、蒋宇格。11号台
Table 11.
运动员素琴对阵李春成，裁判员
Umpire
刘亚楠、张梦蝶。12号台
Table 12.
运动员陈奇宇对阵陈博，裁判员
Umpire
张星星、江洁琴。13号台
Table 13.
运动员赵云彪对阵胡一红，裁判员
Umpire
申凯、李丹阳。14号台
Table 14.
运动员李一男对阵谷宇鹏，裁判员
Umpire
杨宇龙、徐小玉。15号台
Table 15.
运动员薛珍琪对阵陈小玉，裁判员
Umpire
佘真真、王文杰。16号台
Table 16.
运动员朝鲁门对阵崔明君，裁判员
Umpire
陆月、孙奇墨。17号台
Table 17.
运动员史天琪对阵马腾，裁判员
Umpire
李雅帆、王萍萍。18号台
Table 18.
运动员何文冲对阵张俊杰，裁判员
Umpire
田明鑫、龚一航。19号台
Table 19.
运动员耿明琪对阵杨子成，裁判员
Umpire
吕阳、张娜。20号台
Table 20.
运动员朱龙对阵崔健，裁判员
Umpire
何秀红、杨文静。21号台
Table 21.
运动员冯泽元对阵单宏宇，裁判员
Umpire
李勇、杨静文。22号台
Table 22.
运动员马良对阵金鹏，裁判员
Umpire
匡俊涛、白云佳。23号台
Table 23.
运动员赵延浩对阵于海涛，裁判员
Umpire
宋明明、马嘉欣。接下来，掌声有请 TV1号台。
Let's welcome Table TV1.
运动员梁时瑜对阵张慕言，裁判员
Umpire
冯雅琪，助理裁判员
Assistant Umpire.
耿思林、王艺轩。
Brilliant competitions are about to be presented. Let's wait and see.
女士们、先生们，精彩赛事即将开始，让我们拭目以待。
张明远你好，梁诗雨你好，请双方选手争夺开球选择权。
What an entrance that was. Joy Billiards definitely know how to put on a show. Now, day 7 here. Welcome back to the 14th Liber Win and Joy Cup Grandmasters Finals. We are live from Qinhuangdao in the Hebei province here in China. Round 2 of the Chinese group now on. 96 players down to 48. Double elimination. And this match is coming to you from the winner's bracket. So both these players have won their first match in stage 1. Now, Liang Shiu, winner of the Division 1 station 2023. Quite a few second place finishes. Third place recently at the Nanning Division 1 tour, losing out to Chen Ziming, who was a finalist, losing finalist against Kong De-jing. Studies under Jing Yubo. And that's your player, Liang Shiu, so expecting a lot of great things from him. His opponent, top 16 at the Baotao Division 1 tour and quite a few top 32 places as well, Zhang Muyan. And she's going to have the one ball advantage also. So it's going to be an exciting match to watch. Liang Shiu with the break, winning the leg. It is alternate break format here now. That's the only real change in the format from the previous tournaments. Going with the center break straight onto the first ball. Potting the 14 into the bottom left corner pocket. There it goes, straight in. In a match like this, at this level especially, first frame sets the tone of the match usually. Now, vast amount of experience behind this player at the table from both these players. Expect quite a lot of run-outs here. Now in the Chinese group, 96 players going down to 48. That means winner here is already through to that 48. What happens then is another 16 players are added. 16 superseded Chinese players. This is only applicable to the Chinese draw. And then they play down from 64 down to 32. Now that 32 meeting with the 32 top international players playing off at the moment as well. And that gives us our last 64 players that'll go into stage 2, where it is a single elimination down to the final. Of course, the races and the lengths of the matches get longer. 17, 19. I believe semi-final race to 35 and final race to 39. Now 23 matches on at the moment, and all 23 matches are being streamed live. TV Table 1 is being streamed on our Facebook page, WHT World Heyball Tour, on the WHT YouTube page as well, and on WPALive.tv, as well as all the other tables live streamed on WPALive.tv as well. Now with the multi-view feature there, you can watch 9 matches at once on your screen. So you can have the TV table open and add to that 8 other tables. If you have been following these Joy Masters events, you know that the grand finals is the pinnacle of these tournaments. Best of the best equipment, the best venue, We are in Qinhuandao, the home of Heyball, the home of joy. 2 days ago, that brilliant opening ceremony here. And that evening, this arena for the main table was actually built because we were playing the next morning at 10 a.m. So after the opening ceremony, this was built that quickly. Yeah, nicely done on the 3 position on the black ball as well. There we see that 3 again off the outside jaw. And that's first frame on the board with a break and run from Liang Shiu. Table being used, of course, the Joy Q8 golden leg steel block table. We are using the Lieberwind 8848 cloth. And at the moment, those are the best conditions in the world to play the game of Heyball. It so happens that you can actually purchase one of these tables from Joy directly, so you can have a match table in your home or venue. Practice on what the champions use. Also gives you a one-up when you come to a tournament like this, having the same conditions. Now that's the break from Zhang Muyan, and I don't see anything in. We did see in the match earlier this morning between Wang Sunhua and Qin Liwen. It came down to the break, unfortunately. Wang Sunhua with one of the best breaks I've seen at the moment in the recent years, especially using the triangle rack. She's able to generate so much more power than most of the other players coming through. Almost flawless technique of hers when it comes to that break, and definitely gives her the upper hand. Just manages to pass the one with the cue ball, so he's not hampered by that. Delicate cue ball control, very controlled around the table. At the moment, making this game look really easy. So at the moment, on the international side of things, they'll be playing tomorrow at 10 a.m. once again. So far, earlier today, I believe we had another session of round 1, which means most of the international players have played at least one match. Because it is still double elimination, if you did take a loss, you are still in the tournament. Yeah, so far, absolutely flawless from Liang Shiu. Look, when I opened up the stats about this player, I knew we are in for fireworks here. Seeing that he's won a Division 1 station event. Many second places, third places as well. Definite top performer is Liang Shiu, and just like that, 2-0 up with 2 clearances. It's his break next as well. Haven't really seen anything from Zhang Muyan yet. The only thing she's done is lose the leg and dry break, and already 2-0 down. 1 break and run, 1 rack and run for Liang Shiu.
第3局，梁诗雨开球。
Straight down the center again. Look at the 14. Down to that bottom right corner pocket, and what I'm seeing now actually is more often than not, they're not making the ball in the center pocket, but in the corner pockets. And also, if you notice, it's not such a wild break, quite a bit controlled. Once again, comes down to the technique that these players use when they are breaking. That was that one ball. He was trying to get that into the bottom right corner pocket at pace. I'd like to see a replay of that. He wasn't far off. I'm not that far outside jaw. So it's open table, chance for Zhang Muyan. And if she can get this frame on the board, she is breaking next. Now remember, 1 ball off the table as well. That's the last ball. That's the handicap that female players get when playing against a male athlete. Female players and players under the age of 14. If you look at the layout of the table on solids, the 3 ball would be the ball that she'd take off the table. Position on the black ball can still be a bit tricky because it's not available into the center pockets. And that's the pocket it's nearest to.
10秒，延时。
Just a bit indecisive with this one was Zhang Muyan. Purposefully low on the 1 ball to get the cue ball up above the 6. Extension would be required on the back of the cue here. There's an extension, allows her to reach just a bit more down the table. Now, although the camera angle can be deceiving, I'm sure that black ball doesn't go in the center, which means she's going to have to take it to the top left corner pocket. Not the greatest position with the cue ball for that. That's not there. Overcut the black ball. That's going to mean that Liang Shiu comes back to the table. Look, it's not the easiest table to come back to. He's got the 15 on the ball cushion. Another stripe on the right side. Straight away, you look at the cues the players have out. And if you see a jump cue there, you know that if you are laying a snooker, it needs to be tight or at distance at least. Oh, he's opened that. That is a little bit careless from Liang Shiu. Had quite a few options at the table, but he's opened that and given her line of sight of the black ball and potting angle. This goes to the top left. And it's there. Jung Moo-yeon takes the first point and she'll be breaking in the next frame as well. Score is 2-1 to Liang Shiu.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥，丁俊晖、奥莎丽文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，利百文全球销量第一。
Jung Moo-yeon to break and needs to drop a ball on that break. A lot of power in there. Not just one, but two in. Yeah, straight into the center pockets on both sides. It's quite easy to see how she gets those top 16 finishes in these Joy Masters events. The confidence in the way she potted that black ball in the last frame as well. Yeah, sharpshooter is Jung Moo-yeon. Quite good at those balls down the cushion also. Now the 12 ball that's behind 7 and 3, that'll be the ball to come off the table here. This time she just needs to make sure that she's nicely on the black ball to convert the finish. Should have liked to be on the 13 here, actually. But I don't mean she doesn't have to come for it now, and looks to be quite straight on the 11, which means this is all about pace. Yeah, very nicely done, coming down the left side for the 13. Anything other than almost straight would have been awkward here to get position on the black ball next. Ball comes off the table, last ball handicap, and the black ball definitely passes the 4 into that center pocket. And that's a break and run for Jung Moo-yeon as well. We have a match in our hands, 2-all in this race to 13. Frame before this, when Liang Shiu had a chance at the table after the missed black ball. That was his chance to go 3-1 up. But just like that, opened the door, and the score is all of a sudden 2-all from 2-0. That is how quickly the scoreline can change in this game. Both players here are so aggressive. It's going to be very, very difficult to call a winner here.
第5局，梁诗雨开球。
I have to say, to me, it's looking like very close score lines, both double digits. Ball in on the break as well. I think that's the first thing this comes down to. Comes down to the breaks, but both players are breaking well. Because mistakes during a frame, it's going to be few and far between with players of this caliber. We witnessed some of that earlier on the TV table in the previous session from Gareth Potts. Very close to perfection in that match. Some of the highest standards we've seen here at this tournament thus far. It has to find a connector now to go from the 11 that's down the cushion. And of course, at some point, has to come back down table for the 15, just below the 5 on the bottom right-hand side of the table. So this is not simple yet for him to convert this point. Also, it wasn't only his stats that are impressive, it's who his coach is. Coached by Master Jing Yubua. One of the most successful players in this game. I'll say at least over the last 10 years. Absolutely dominating this game. Yes, we've had Chu Bingjia's dominance over the past 2 or 3 years, but if you look at the last 10 years, look at the amount of matches won or big matches won by Jing Yubua. The this clearance that Liang Shiu is making at the moment is going to come down to the 15. It's the only ball that I see is slightly awkward here. And also being on the opposite side of the black ball doesn't make things easier. And that's why he's chosen to take it now. Getting it out of the way, come back for the 10. Definitely 10 to black ball is easier than 15 to black ball. It was always going to be the 15. If we count the safety error 2 frames ago, that's the second unforced error from Liang Shiu. First one was capitalized on. This one might be too. Nothing like the sound of a ball hitting the back of that pocket at 50 miles an hour at least. I'd say the ball that comes off the table would be the 5. That's on the right-hand side. She's played a great shot previously to open up the black ball, making the black ball slightly easier for herself and more open. Although Liang Shiu is such a strong player, he's playing against an informed Jung Muyon here. If he's not careful, he's gonna take this lead and she's gonna try and run away with this match. Ball comes off the table, absolutely perfect on this black ball. And what a clearance that is from Jung Muyan to take her 3rd point. Not only the 3rd point, she takes the lead as well. 3-2 up for the first time, Jung Muyan. Liang Shiu, 2 points, 1 break and run, 1 rack and run, and Jung Muyan, 3 points, 1 break and run, 1 rack and run. So 5 frames played, 4 one-visit clearances, and they played 5 frames in under 30 minutes. I did say both players were breaking very well. Needs to continue if she wants to extend that lead now. That's a cue ball in, unfortunately. And straight in off the pack, not kicked in or anything. That can be costly. Just as she decided to get some momentum in this match and take the lead. Advantage goes over to Liang Shiu, and he'll be breaking in the next frame also. So if he gets this point, he's got the opportunity to then take the lead once again. Just having a look at the 5 ball on the right-hand side. If it doesn't go cleanly past the 10, might be tempted to play it off the black ball. It shouldn't really affect the position of the black ball that much. That's only if it doesn't squeeze past the 10. Yeah, it doesn't look like it does, so off the black ball it is. Have to be a bit careful with a shot like that as to where that object ball that you used is going, especially since you're going to need it again, being the black ball. It's really quite rare that you see a long drawn-out safety play frame. Maybe one in a race to 13, but other than that, it's finish after finish.
10秒。延时。
Just didn't have enough angle to stun that on and off the cushion. Was a little bit too straight for that, so that's why he's decided to come around the back of the 6. Now 6 to the center, and it looks like he has enough angle to float the cue ball down the table. Yeah, there it is. There's enough angle on that. It's there. Cue ball should be tracking towards the area where you can pot the black as well. It is. Just saw him go behind the bottom left corner pocket, which means it is tight, and it is. You can see it. It has to go in off the outside jaw. This is close. It's not there. Just catches the 14. What a chance that was for Liang Shiu to take the lead or equalize. If you look at the layout of stripes, it's a tough table. Even with the 1 ball advantage. See 3 balls close to the cushion. However, the 12 might pot into the center. You've got the 14 behind the black ball. And the 9-11 tied up in balk. Oh, what a pot that is. And she's going to break 9-11 as well. A pot like that had to go. We're never sure of where the cue ball was going. Right behind the bottom left corner. Off the black ball. Yes, it's there. But that has worked out absolutely perfectly for her, as that last ball coming off the table will obviously be the 14. Not only that, she has freedom on the table now with the black ball not over the pocket and behind the 14. confidence in the stroke is really amazing. Every shot is so positive. There is absolutely no deceleration whatsoever. It's a player who knows exactly what she's doing, knows exactly what she's capable. And this is what I meant. She's got protection with the 14 behind the black ball. There's not much that Liang Shiu can do. So he could see part of the black ball now. He's tried to open it slightly. And to me, it looks like the 14 is available to the bottom right corner. Worth taking because the cue ball is tracking up table. It's not going to leave Liang Shiu on a potable shot on the black ball anyway, as you can see. But if he can somehow put that black ball in front of a pocket and leave the cue ball safe as well in a place where she can't pot a ball. That's the plan. Over the pocket, at least. If he got the double kiss a little bit harder, it would have tracked towards that pocket. Oh, what a pot that is. That is an absolutely cracking pot. The white ball stays on the table. Purposely played like that to keep the cue ball safe from the black ball, as you can see. As we see that again, have a look at this. Cued that so well, even though it touched the inside jaw, it still went in. I was going to say, does she risk the pot and get the position on the black ball? Of course she does. Deadly. Absolutely deadly. Zhang Muyan gets the 4th point on the board. She's 4-2 up after being 2-0 down against Liang Shiu. It's after 6 frames played. Earlier today on the TV table, we saw another great woman player in Wang Senhua, and here's another one on the TV table, and now Zhang Muyan. such a dangerous player when she's at the table. This time nothing in on the break for Liang Shiu. Now he's lost the lead and he's lost 4 frames in a row. Which is why he's currently 4-2 down. Now if she converts this point and converts her break, just like that, she's another 2 ahead. Solids in play, but what has she left for herself? Now the Chinese group of players at the moment are playing 96 down to 48 double elimination. This is a winner's bracket match. A win here guarantees them last 48 in the Chinese group, which takes them to the next stage. In the Chinese group, we are adding another 16 seeds after these rounds. So that's 48 plus 16, and then we play down to 32 again. So this is a big match to win the group and continue on in this tournament. Oh, look at the position on the 7. It's decent enough on the 7, but to me it doesn't look like the 2 goes into the top left corner pocket. Which is why she's played it like that. Played to force follow the cue ball past the black ball as well. Now, not only the pot here, position back for the black ball. That is very unfortunate from her. She was trying to just get around that stripe ball. Was always going to be chasing that clearance though. It was never easy even from the beginning. Now that's ball in hand anywhere on the table for Liang Shiu. It's been 4 frames since he pot a black ball. He needs to find his rhythm again, otherwise he's going to be left behind in this match. He's playing against an opponent that's not making that many mistakes and is clearing the table so confidently. Good question. Where is Master Chu Bingjie now? I haven't seen him on the draw at the moment, which tells me he's going to be in those 16 seeded players coming in after we are done with the current rounds of Chinese players. When we get down to 48 Chinese players, he's going to be the part of the 16 seeded players coming in. Call them super seeded players. Also haven't seen the likes of Zheng Tai as well, so he'll be coming in then. Those superseded players are based on the Heyball and Joy rankings in China. Surprised though to see Niu Zhang playing in this round though. I'm sure I saw Niu Zhang playing in this round. Niu Zhang, the winner of last year's Grandmasters finals that was held in Chengdu. As they're converted, Liang Shiu gets his third point on the board, just one behind now. Score 4-3 in favor of Zhang Muyan. Race to 13.
第8局，张慕言开球。
Eighth frame to get underway, the score 4-3 in favor of Zhang Muyan, breaking at the moment, and that is a try break from her as well. Is that mistake in the previous frame? Going in off with the cue ball and just making it slightly difficult for herself to get positioned back on the black ball. That ended up costing her that frame, unfortunately. Another player who I don't see in the Chinese draw at the moment is Kong Dejing. Also will be coming in later with the seeded players.
5、4。
Yeah, Kong Dejing would have quite a few ranking points. He's been always up there in these tournaments and winner of the Division 1 tour in Nanning Station recently. That was the previous Joy Masters event just a couple months ago. Defeating Chen Siming in the final. And third place was this man at the table right now, Liang Shiu. Third place in Nanning Division 1 tour. Another consistency required to finish top 5 or even top 3 at these tournaments. Can't just rely on one good performance. You have to make these great performances day in, day out, playing against some of the best players in the world. This is off the dry break from Zhang Muyan. And he's been taking these really nicely. Position for the black ball. Almost inch perfect. And this to equalize. And we're all square as we go into the player break at 8 frames played. 4-all between Liang Shiu and Zhang Muyan. Race to 13. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
小孙啥功名不要？只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业缔造不凡。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第9局，梁世瑜开球。
And we are back after that player break. After 8 frames, score is 4-all between Liang Shiu and Zheng Muyang. Having won the leg, that was Liang Shiu breaking in this 9th frame. Better break this time from him. Means he stays at the table. Now from 2-0 up, he went 4-2 down. Won the 2 before the break to make it 4-all. Like, I don't think we are going to see a gap in the scoreline more than 2 frames. These players seem to be quite evenly matched. Stripes in play, so he's going to finish his work up table. Takes a 15 to the center, uses that to connect back to the bottom end of the table here, where his 3 remaining stripes and the black ball are in. Just floated the cue ball across slightly to still have an angle on the 13. Firstly, to see the potting angle not too far to be behind the 4. The cue ball naturally heading behind the 14. Makes sure he leaves an angle as well. Shots like these, especially when you have to make position on another ball and it's not your last ball, always want to have a slight angle. What a pot that is. Makes that look so easy. Liang Shiu, what a break and run that was to get back in the lead. He's 5-4 up after 9 frames played in this race to 13.
第10局，张慕言开球。
Now, the reply from Jung Woo-yeon. Pots a ball on the break. That black ball straight away looking quite tricky here. After a few kisses, the 11 ball finds its way to the top left corner pocket. That's the 4 and 12 stuck behind the black ball, but for her, that's not going to be an issue. Well, it wouldn't be an issue if she was taking stripes because she get the last ball off the table, but in this case, she's taking solids. It means the 4 is removed, but the 12 will still be there. So the way around that would be to play the 5 off the black ball in, releasing that black ball. And that might be her plan all along. There's an angle on the 7 to come out for the 6 in the center, which would then connect to the 5. She plays that shot. It's guaranteed to be on the 2. I could tell you what, with the way Jung Woo-yeon plays, last ball or not, she'd be giving anyone a run. Anyone in this building. In this building, Chinese players and international players included, we have the best Heyball players in the world. Here it is, needs to clip the black ball to just release it. Even if it goes behind the 4, it's okay. 4 ball can come off the table. Oh, look at that. Could not have played that any better. What a match we have on TV, table 1. Four ball off the table, perfectly on the black ball. This was not that straightforward. From the beginning, she had to plan the route to release the black ball. And it's there, 5-all. She replies with the break and run of her own. Yeah, so the rules of Heyball are very similar to the rules of American 8-ball. When the cue ball is potted on the break, you have to play from behind the line, play forward. In Heyball, jump shots are allowed. Except in Heyball, you don't have to call a pocket at all, even on the black ball. You can pot your opponent's ball as well, as long as you make contact with your ball first. Our score is 5-5. That was Liang Shiu breaking, and I don't see a ball in. The 5 almost getting knocked in by the 10, but it's not there. And that'll mean Jung Woo-yeon with a chance to take the lead once again. She's played on the 7 to the center pocket. It looks like she's just able to cue past the 10 ball, that it's not awkward enough to make the pot harder. What a player this is, and not only is she such a great player, she also plays very quickly, which means that scoreline is moving even quicker. That's how she was able to go from 2-0 down to 4-2 up. These players are on their 11th frame, just over 60 minutes of play. Her pot success rate, especially on those balls down the cushion or close to the cushion, is scary, really. Oh, here's another one coming up. See what I mean? And that's not rolled in. That's not even played at medium pace. That's played at about 70 to 80%. Doesn't require the 2-ball. 2-ball will come off the table. Just needs to get the cue ball down into this half, or the black ball into that center pocket. And this off the dry break from Liang Shiu. It's there, Zhang Muyan with the rack and run. She's 6-5 up, and she will be breaking in the next frame.
第12局，张明言开球。
6-5 up, looking to extend her lead, but the cue ball goes in on that break. Yeah, shake of the head. She knows that was a great opportunity because cue ball goes in, but look at how many object balls in. I see 2 straight away. Third one, the 14, into the top right corner pocket. That was ball in hand behind the balk line. Had to play forward. Can't play any of the balls in balk. And that is solids in play for Liang Shiu. As a purist of this game, you have to love that sound when the ball hits the back of the pocket like that. A 7 ball is a slight problem where it is, which means you have to get short side behind it. Play it into the center or the bottom left if the 5 is removed. A risky shot he's played there. The cue ball was always heading in that direction, but with the pace he played it, he knew he's going into the stripes first. Was not guaranteed to land on that 7. This is tough. 7 to the left center pocket. It's there. It looks good. Also managed to control the cue ball enough to still be slightly above the 3. He's taken these well. This was not an easy clearance to make. And Liang Shiu equalizes off that cue ball in on the break from Zhang Muyan. Score is 6-all, and he'll be breaking in the next frame.
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
第13局，梁世玉开球。
So at the moment you are watching stage 1, round 2 of the Chinese group. We do have the losers bracket matches playing on at the moment on the outside tables, as well as winners bracket matches. This match on the TV table is a winners bracket match, which means both these players have won their previous matches, and winner from here goes through to the next stage of the Chinese group, where we take 48 players, add 16 superseded players, and then play down from there to 32. Those 32 players meet the 32 international players. And then we have the final stage of this tournament, 64 down to 1, single elimination. And in that way, that's a straight knockout 64-player competition. That is tough, very tough. Now that miss from Liang Shiu means open table for Zhang Muyan. Cue ball was heading towards that black ball to free the black ball, which you can see currently not potable. So she's going to have to find a way to develop that from one of these 5 remaining solids. Well, 4 in her case. 1 will come off the table. Yeah, this is a very tight match. If I had to call it, I'd be saying we're looking at a possible hill here. So we haven't seen the scoreline go past 2 frames. Gap between these two. She queued across that. She came right across that. That is something you don't see often. She's already slightly indecisive about that one. And hands the table back over to Liang Shiu. Thought as much he'd be taking his extension there. 9 and the 15. Slightly tricky on the right side. Looks to me like he's gotten the cue ball exactly where he wants. Unless she was down on that shot very quickly, which tells me, and there's a bit of swerve on that, so she can't see the 2. She's had to swerve just around the edge of the 13. That's a good cue ball from Liang Shiu. And I did say in these matches, it's not often that you see a tactical frame maybe won in a race to 13. A little bit of a tactical exchange here, but don't think it's going to last that long because I think Zhang Muyan wants to pull the trigger on the 6 ball. That was an attempt. Worked out well though, blocking the path of the 15 down to that bottom right corner pocket. Cue ball back to a similar position of where it is now. Problem I see for Zhang Muyan is the black ball still, even if she is able to pot 3 solids, the black ball not available. And that's what Liang Shiu has made sure of. He's made sure she doesn't have an easy pot on that black ball. Similar position once again. She's trying to force him to either open the center pocket or open that top corner pocket. It looks to me like he might clip off the 12. That's the pink striped 12 just above the black ball. That was risky. He has left something on. Now the black ball. Look from here, what I can see black ball off the 10. All she needs is 3 of those solids. Also, she's used her extension. Players only get 1 of those per frame. Now that's why these players practice a shot like that for hours and hours and hours, is because when you need it, like then, when the pressure's on and you have to pot that ball, you have to be able to make it. Oh, look at this. Opens the pocket for the black ball. Doesn't need to even take it off the 10. Which I have to say is still available if you are looking at the same camera angle as me. That was tough. That was a tough shot, having to cue over the cushion like that. Now 6 ball comes off the table. Although she's opened up the center pocket, the black ball can't go there. Does she see the 10 ball? I think she does. She sees it now. Black ball off the 10. You're looking at a quarter ball kiss on that 10. No. It's not there. Overcut, and I think she's going to be in trouble now. Just having the black ball left on the table. Yeah, there's just too many options for Liang Shiu. The escape is not difficult here. It's that you're not going to get the cue ball safe. You are going to be leaving him on. Committed a foul by going into his 10. Which has actually made things a bit more awkward for him. Not going to say any more about that. Straight away gets the 10 off the cushion into a potable position for the center pocket and better for the bottom left corner. After 12 frames, it's our first tactical exchange in this match between these two players. It's been finish for finish. Now will be on the right side of the 10 ball to take it to the center pocket. That 10 ball was against the cushion a few shots back. Nicely getting that cue ball right behind the 15. And not having enough angle on the 15 meant that he's had to come short side of the black ball. Makes this just a bit more difficult. Oh, black ball to the right center pocket. And this to take the lead once again in this winner's bracket match race to 13. Looks good. It's there.
第13局梁世余胜，比分7比6。
Great pot on the black ball. Great recovery. Shouldn't have needed it, but great pot nonetheless. Takes the lead 7-6 up is Liang Shiu against Zhang Muyan. Race to 13.
第14局张慕言开球。
14th frame to get underway is Zhang Muyan to break. One ball into the center pocket. Not the best cue ball, very close to that ball cushion, but at least the ball was potted. Now, the biggest gap in scoreline that we've had in this match was 2 frames. Otherwise, it's been this close all the way. Liang Shiu started off well, 2-0 up. And then Zhang Muyan made that comeback, went 4-2 up, and then 4 all at the break. And since then, it's been 1 frame each. That's overcut. That is overcut, unfortunately. However, it's not a bad miss because the 13 at the moment, ball that's closest to the cue ball for Liang Shiu, does not go into any of those bottom pockets here. So pot the 2, leave the cue ball safe. That was the plan. And how safe is the cue ball? I think the 3 is available though. And if it is, she'll take it on. Well, that is a legal shot. In Heyball rules, you can pot your opponent's ball as long as you do make contact with your ball first. As 3 goes. And it's there. 3 solids remain. She only needs 2 of them. Yeah, that's quite a far reach down the table. Anything past halfway is tough to get to. That's why the extension is added on the back of the cue. So players don't need to use the rest unless It's extremely far down the table.
10秒，延时。
That is unfortunate. Just trying to swing that around the angle's bottom end of the table. It looked safer to her than to use the 5, go in and out of balk. And in this case, the last ball coming off the table actually is a disadvantage to her because she would have been on the 5. And that's now the second time in a row that she's left with just the black ball. Table back over to Liang, Shiu. At the moment, he's just capitalizing on these small errors, but costly, very costly. In this game at this level, you have to be so careful when you do go for a clearance. You have to be positive you are going to make it. If you have to miss, rather miss the second ball in the clearance and at least leave your balls on the table. In this case, when you're left with just one, your opponent has so many places to hide the cue ball if they need to. Especially if you're playing a player that likes to play tactical. Likes to position every ball in front of the pocket and force the ball in hand before they actually go for the clearance. Attempt at taking the 15 off the cushion slightly there. I don't think he'd go for that. I felt he'd play on the 10. And use the 14 or 9 to get behind the 15 and play it directly down. And this is what I meant. Many places to hide the cue ball and at the same time get your balls into better positions. I was close to actually going into that corner pocket if the cue ball wasn't there. That was definitely tracking very close to the top left. He's in the situation again where it's not favorable for him to go for a clearance right now. Better option is to release one of his balls and put the cue ball in a place where she can't see the black ball. He's got to judge this well. He has. I think that should be full ball snooker behind the 14. It was. It's going towards the center pocket. It was always going to be heading there. And now already things a little bit more open for Liang, Shiu. So far in these type of frames, he's slightly getting the upper hand. what a pot that is. That is an unbelievable pot. Yes, he's gone for the pot, but also he's gone for cue ball positioning there. If he pots it, he's on the 14. If he doesn't, he doesn't really have line of sight of the black ball. But that was a ridiculous pot to the bottom left corner pocket. Oh my word. That I don't believe. Would have never expected that. Medium distance. This will be a tough one for Liang Shiu. He knows that was his frame to lose. 7-all now in this race to 13.
第15局，梁诗瑜开球。
7-all, 15th frame to get underway. Liang Shiu to break, having won the leg, which means if it does go to a deciding frame, it'll be his break as well. Makes a ball on the break. To me, it's looking like we are going into that player break at 16 frames played, all square. You can see Liang Shiu using the Predator BK Rush. And his opponent, I think, using the same cue as well. Quite a popular break cue here amongst the Chinese players is the BK Rush. Look, in my opinion, it's difficult to find better than the Predator BK Rush and Air Rush series. The amount of power those cues generate, especially the ease of jumping when it comes to the Air Rush. Which is why you'll see so many of the top Chinese players using that equipment. And in this game, equipment matters a lot, just like 9-ball. American pool equipment matters a lot. You'd see some of the players using a snooker type cue, ash shaft, one piece. Those players usually coming from a snooker background, and then you have the players using the American style cue. Two-piece, either carbon shaft or maple low deflection shaft. Those are the players usually from an American pool background. So choice of cue type, I'd say, is preference-based. Preference-based and or sponsorship-based as well. You have to remember that some of these players are approached by sponsors. Now, if it's a sponsored company that only produces 9-ball cues, that's what you're going to be using. But these players who are using 9-ball type cues, they aren't using 13mm tips. That's then down to about 11.2 sometimes. That was a little bit careless from Liang Shiu. He knows that you saw the reaction. As soon as he hit that, it's going to need an excellent recovery shot to pot this 10 and get on that black ball. It's always the problem though, the cue ball heading towards the 3-5. Weren't going to get the cue ball out of balk easily. What a tester this is to get his 8 point on the board. This is distance. Distance, awkward cueing. Right behind the bottom right corner pocket. It's close. Very close. What a pot that is from Liang Shiu to take his 8 point. Very well deserved. I'd have to say pot of the day. Yeah, from my side, that's pot of the day today on the TV table at least. Unbelievable pot on the black ball from Liang Shiu. He had no choice. Had to make it. Cannot afford to give an open table to his opponent. She's been absolutely ruthless when at the table, is Zhang Muyan. If she gets this point, she sends us into the 16 frame player break all square. See, the 1 has rolled onto the 9, right next to the 9, but wouldn't really bother her because she can get the 9 taken off the table as her last ball, handicap ball. Once the stripes are gone, that black ball available to all 4 pockets here on the side of the table. That is a bit of a strange shot choice there from Zhang Muyan. She was very, very low on that 15. These last few frames have been more tactical than anything else. And that's actually how Liang Shiu has taken the lead here. Needs to be very clever in how he plays this, because you have to always remember that last ball is coming off the table. So if he does get an opportunity at the table and he can't make a clearance, he has to try and lock up that cue ball, and that's exactly what he's trying to do.
10秒。延时。
That's extension taken from Zhang Muyan because she knows she can't afford to leave Liang Shiu with a shot either. That is questionable. But not a push shot called by the referee, so no foul, legal shot.
10秒。延时。
Yeah, that previous shot on the 9 looked really questionable to me. The cue ball that close to the 9. The only balls he can play is the 7 or 6, just underneath the black ball. Doesn't have access to anything up table at the moment. And again with that cue ball, he's so good at that, leaving that cue ball in a place where she can't do much. 14 not available. No easy pot left on the table from Liang Shiu. I see you guys in the comment section also caught that shot on the 9 ball. Look, the referee didn't call a push shot, but as I said, to me it looked questionable. Look, and also on the topic of that shot, our opponent didn't say anything either.
10秒。没有延时。5、4。
No extension for Liang Shiu, so he's got to play quick. $15 wide open. The 14 might also go to the top left corner pocket on our screen. Knowing the way she plays, she's going to want to take one of these on. Here it goes, 14 to the top corner. Off the 1 and it goes hand up to apologize. Was the only way she was going to get the cue ball back. Deep screw on the 15, a lot of power in that. And you still have to be cueing so straight to get that in the pocket. Doesn't help her much that the 15 has join the little bunch down here with the 9, black ball and 6. But his problem would also be black ball and 6 at the moment. Cue ball tucked up behind the 1. Almost got there. So what she's done there with where she's placed the 11 is, if that cue ball is left up table and she has a chance at the 11, she's got an angle to actually get into that cluster. 3 stripes remain on the table. She's going to need 2 of them.
10秒.
No extensions available for Liang Shiu at the table. And again, plays those shots so well, tying the cue ball up. I haven't seen that shot played that well in a match, let alone how many times he plays it in a frame. But that's the only way it's the only way to counter that that 1 ball advantage. You can't afford to give a player like Zhang Muyan a chance at anything on the table. Even if there are more than 1 problem ball, she will work it out, she will make a plan. So the only way for him is to keep that cue ball tight all the time. At the moment it benefits him that the 11 and 9 are tied up. More of an open chance now for Liang Shiu at the table after that. But he still needs the 6 as well, so he's got to find a way to release that 6. And the problem is his solids are quite far away from that 6 grouping at the moment. So how does he get there? Yeah, it's clever. He's blocking the path to the 15. So he wants to force her to play the 11-9. It's clever. Playing the 11-9 would naturally open up the 6. Which is why she's refused. And that's going to be a legal shot. Yeah, that's a good shot from her. What a tactical exchange we have here in the 16th frame. I think it's too risky for him to take on the clearance and actually go into the 6. That cue ball very tight up against the 1 ball in that top corner pocket now. Let's try to limit her escape here to get to the 15. And I think if she does make contact with the 11, I think that should be frame over. So no extensions for both players here. Referee counting down from 5. It's going to be legal. Liang Shiu would have hoped that she actually potted that 15.
10秒。5。
There's a shot that he plays so well, and that's that shot to put the cue ball right on top of another ball. So if he's below the 6 on the side of the table, he could play that stun shot where he attaches the cue ball to the 9 or the 11, releases the 6. That is one way of gaining the advantage on solids, at least. Because I do feel at the moment solids is in control of this. I feel like if he did have ball in hand, that might be a shot that he'd be looking at playing.
Yeah,
so she's going to go nowhere near the 11. It's going to make contact with the 15 again. Trying to figure out what is his plan here. So I feel that he has the advantage here. She just has the 15 to play with. He's got 3 solids to move around to make something happen.
5、4。
Okay, now he's got 2 solids to play around with. He's potted the 7 into the center pocket. If the 1 goes, deep screw into the 6. This would be the longest frame of this match thus far. He's changing his mind many times while he's on the shot. Could see the movement there. So I feel like this has been his plan. Watch the cue ball. Oh my word. Look at that. That cue ball is right on the edge. Now, how does she get to the 15 from here? Let's have a look at what she got. There's a gap to come down, but then you have to find the gap between 9 and black ball to get to the 15. Very difficult to judge. Black ball. And that's a foul. Ball in hand. Now let's see what his plan is. He's been wanting this ball in hand for a while. So I said earlier, if he's on this side of the table, you play the shot where he sticks the cue ball to the 9. It looks to me like he has enough of the 6 to actually pot it. Definitely. There is definitely enough there. He's committing to this. Oh, he's got to rely on a little bit of luck now. Doesn't have it. He's lost the advantage of having more movable balls on the table. Which means the pot needs to go, and it does, and he's short side on the black ball to the center pocket. Cannot make this up. It's there. Brilliant stuff from Liang Shiu. Extends his lead 9-7 after 16 frames played, and that brings us to the 16 frame player break. That's the 3 ball again, with the cue ball getting short side of the black ball. And we'll be back in just under 10 minutes.
立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥，丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，立百文全球销量第一。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。毒蜘蛛， 匠心之作。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
How much? I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第17局，梁世玉开球。
And we are back after that 16-frame player break. Liang Shiu with the break there, and Try, unfortunately, is 9-7 up in this race to 13. Best of 25 frames. Now, are we going to see it go all the way to a 25th frame? Got a feeling we might, especially if Zhang Muyuan can close this gap once again. She's been behind by 2 before. She's been up by 2 as well. Last time the difference in the scoreline was 2. The score was 4-2 in favor of her. And the last few frames, it's gotten quite tactical, and those have been won by Liang Shiu. That's why he's taken the lead and extended it. I was just about to say that brilliant potting ability of hers has had to sit in that chair. And that's what can happen if your opponent slows you down. Because she is a very quick player. When she's at the table, she moves very quickly, makes the finishes very quickly as well. Liang Shiu, a little bit more calculating. You can see he weighs the risks. As I mentioned before, winner of a Division 1 Joy Masters event. 3rd place recently in the Nanning Division 1, lost to Chin Suming for 3rd place, and quite a few more 3rd place and 2nd place finishes. Studies under Master Jun Yubor. Based on those stats, he is a player I would put in the top 16.
5, 4, 3.
Now, you don't win a tournament like that without having a very all-rounded game. Not only the potting ability, shot selection, you have to have a tactical side to back that up if things go that way. Being able to play the tactical side of the game well, especially if you are better than your opponent at it, it means automatically you are controlling what happens in the frame, you are controlling the outcome. Because you are in control, when it is time to make the clearance or time to pot a tough ball, because you've been in control, it may feel slightly easier for yourself. Short side of the 9. Now, had that cue ball been slightly more off the cushion, I would think that he would have been going into the black ball here. Still looks like he just got enough of the cue ball to do that. Just grazed it, but he's going to have a shot at least on the black ball. Now these are one of the shots that are practiced for hours and hours a day. These players practice it so much. Straight down the cushion. If you've ever been here and seen the practice room and seen these players practice. To be honest, I didn't expect him to play it like that. He's played it in a way where he's leaving the cue ball slightly safe as well. I expected him to drill that in with the stun. And again, as I said earlier, he is calculating risk versus reward. That's the reason we have the difference in scoreline at the moment. That's a solid pot from her from that distance with where the cue ball was. Look, he weighed the risk. He thought putting the cue ball on the ball cushion would limit her options and make things a bit tougher for her. But then again, Zhang Muyan can pot from almost anywhere on the table. Doesn't need the 3, it just needs to get this 5 in. Black ball sitting very close to that top corner. The 5 wiped its feet on its way. And that's 8 point on the board for Zhang Muyan. She's 9-8 down in this race to 13.
第18局，张慕言开球。犯规。
Did see a question about when is the defending champion playing. Now, defending champion of this tournament is Niu Zhang, defeating Zheng Tai in last year's the 13th Joy Grandmasters Finals. I did see his name in the draw somewhere. Yeah, there we go, found Niu Zhang. He did played yesterday, actually won his match. So if he's not in action today, he should be playing tomorrow. And if he is playing tomorrow, there should be a good chance that we will put him on the TV table as well. Yeah, Niu Zhang will be playing tomorrow at 2 p.m. That is your defending champion of this tournament up against Liu Junyuan, and that will be a winner's bracket qualification match. That looks like it's in. That is in. If you look at the table, that was her biggest problem ball. Played that really well to get it into the top right corner pocket. Now the 11 just below the 6, that'll come off the table. Doesn't need that ball. Just to remind you guys about the prize money breakdown for this tournament. So if we're looking at first prize, 5 million RMB. That's the currency here in China. That is 724,000 US dollars. Second prize, 217,000 US dollars. So that's quite a difference between first and second. Third prize, $86.8 thousand. Fourth prize, 43,000. Fifth to eighth, 21,000, and so on. Places paid right up to 240th, getting $1,100. Now 240th would have meant that you qualified into the main tournament here. So what you have seen for the past 2 days, that is the main tournament. You made it through the qualifying stage and into the main draw. And once again, Liang Shiu looking to take this game tactical, using his 4 to pot that stripe. The thing is, he's got that 6 ball locked up behind the 11, and she doesn't need to touch the 11. Also, please note, guys, that if I give you match information, that's local time here in China. So on your phone, you can set a dual clock where you can have your local time and then you can add the Beijing clock. So whenever I give match times, that's local time here, Beijing time. Time currently 8:30 p.m. in Qinhuandao.
10秒。
Quite an attempt that to get that into the center pocket on the right side. It's risky, cue ball running around. It could have opened up the 6. Now the international players will be playing again tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time. So usually 3 sessions per day, as we've had for the past 2 days. Yeah, round 2 of the international group will be at 10 a.m. local time. Round 2 of the Chinese group at 2 p.m. And round 2 of the international group once again at 6 p.m. local time here in China. Still a race to 13. Heading towards the 6, he opens the 6. Is it open enough though? I don't think so.
10秒。延时。
How good is he at those shots? Really, the tactical mind from Liang Shiu. Whenever the frame gets slightly scrappy, he gets the advantage somehow. Yeah, as you can see, it's a full ball snooker on the 11. That's all she can do. He really is in tune with playing against the last ball handicap. If I had to venture a guess as to why that is, I did mention earlier that he is Junior Boer's student. Now, another very famous student of Master Junior Boer is Tang Shun Shao.
5、4。
So both being students of Junior Boer, they practice a lot together, I'm sure. And she would be a player that gets the one ball handicap as well, which is why he can play against it so well. Look, he wants the 11 out of the way for the 6. That's why he's snookering her on the 12. So he keeps snookering on the 12, trying to force her to play the 11 to open something up, but she's not going to do that. Really trying to see what's his plan here. How does he gain the advantage from this? How does he get the 6 ball free? Look with where the 5 and the 3 are. If he does get ball in hand, has a good chance of getting the cue ball going into the 6-11, disturbing that and making that possible. Or almost getting ball in hand there. Very nearly, but she's freed the pink. The pink stripe 12 from the black ball, which means he's got to be more careful now where he puts the cue ball. Because that ball is all she needs.
10秒。5、4。
Once again, he keeps finding a way to snooker her on that 12 ball. Like, I've had the privilege of doing quite a lot of commentary for the Joy tournaments here in China. I haven't seen a Chinese player play such tactical shots like the way Liang Shiu does. His tactical side is so strong. Because in every situation, he's always finding the shots. And he's somehow, until now, always finding a way to control the frame if it gets tactical. So he's opened things up. She doesn't have the 12, but she does have the 11. And she just needs to pot this, but taking this on is risky. So once again, he's played the risk versus reward card. If she makes it, he has to accept that. Oh, that's in. Oh my word. Yeah, the risk versus reward thing is not working that well against someone who can pot this well. Zheng. Absolutely no fear. Look at this, running all the way down the cushion, that 11 ball. And with that, equalizes the score at 9-all.
全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
第19局，梁诗玉开球。
Now 9-all in this race to 13. Liang Shiu to break. 7 ball should be into the center pocket. It is. This is usually what we do see happen in these race to 13s or longer races. Both players start off playing quite an open game, and then through the middle phase of the match it gets a bit tighter. And then towards the end the finishes start coming once again. Now the only ball that might give him some issue, that is the 14. Top left-hand side of the table. He has to get behind it or move it like that. You know, that's why you see some players deciding to rather play for position for a ball like that. As tough as it can be, these players can put the cue ball anywhere that they need it, because a cannon like that is never guaranteed. It's going to stick the cue ball in behind the 14. Kicks the 2 ball almost into the center pocket. Better opportunity this time for Liang Shiu. It's going to open up the 12. Cue ball safe once again. Playing to secure every single point now is Liang Shiu. It's really slowed this game down a lot. So far, at least in the last 2 frames, it hasn't affected Zhang Muyuan. She gets it again, and as a bonus, disturbs the stripes. But she's also left him with a very similar shot to play. Can play the 12, stick the cue ball in behind the black ball. Now this time, if she doesn't find the escape, it is going to be a little bit more costly. But it's not just about finding an escape, it's also trying to get the cue ball safe and not leave anything on. Didn't get the escape and pushed the 9 towards the pocket. It couldn't have worked out any better for Liang Shiu. Doesn't want to be straight on this. Got to put some power into this to get good position on the black ball. Yeah, too much power. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Raise the hand. There it is. Oh my word. Let's see a replay of that. Have to get a replay of that. Ball nearly jumped off the table. It's not there. What is going on in this match? I would say she deserved a bit of good fortune there. Also, previously, well, earlier in this match, shots like that were going in even under pressure. It's there, 10 point on the board. First to double digits, Liang Shiu, 10-9 up on Zhang Muyan.
第20局，张慕言开球。
So a little bit of good fortune for Liang Shiu in that previous frame. Gets him his 10th point on the board. Now 20th frame, Zhang Muyan breaking. She spotted a ball on the break. It looks like more than one. Yeah, that looks like 2 balls in on the break. One solid, one stripe. She'll also be well aware that if she makes a mistake towards the end of the frame, or if she lets Liang Shiu to the table, there's a good chance it's going to go tactical. So she'll want to clean this up straight away if she can. Just taking a couple extra seconds here. She wants to make sure of these last few pots and this clearance. With the cue ball being that close to the 13, it is a bit of a steep angle to play it from the short side into the corner pocket. It looks like what she's doing though. She's made it. And that, I think, is fastest rack of the match thus far. She gets a 10 point on the board. We're all square, 10 all. And that was a very nice break and run from Zhang Muyan. You'll notice the shot selection is different when you think or when you feel you can pot everything on the table and anything. What I mean by that is you tend to go for the right shot, not the easy shot, earlier in the frame, which means that the last few balls, or especially the black ball, is as easy as it can be, instead of leaving your tough shots for last.
第21局，梁诗玉开球。
21st frame, Leang Shiu to break, and he spotted a ball as well. That'd be a good time for him to reply and get a break and run of his own. Only real problem I see is the grouping of the 1 and the 12 up table now. If it's a set combination, you can play one of the solids onto the 12. It does look like it is set. Had to make it slightly, but not the best position for the 2. However, he does have the connector to go from 5 to 2. From the 2, the closest ball is the black ball, so he could go 5-2 black ball. Or not. Reason I felt like 2 before the black was a good option was you got less work to do with the cue ball, naturally landing on the black ball to the center pocket. Got to put a bit of pace into this now. That's what I meant. That's what I was afraid of. And that shot, a shot like that, just becomes a little bit more difficult when you have to move the cue ball more and make sure of the next shot. Half expected that 12 to get a kiss off the 2 on its way to that corner pocket, but it's now gone in front of the 2, which is going to make life a bit difficult for Liang Shiu. He's actually had enough of that. What he could do here is 6 off the 2. 6 off the 2, if he misses the 2, he catches quarter ball of the 12. That 6 should still find its way into the pocket. That's exactly that. Caught the 12 on its way in. He's played that well. It's a fairly big target you're aiming at, because he would have been okay if he caught the 2 as well. It would have pushed the 12 away. And this black ball to take the lead once again. It's not there. Catches the inside jaw quite early. There's a replay of that. Now it's her turn to bring out the tactical side. Liang Shiu left with just one ball on the table, the black ball. Direct hit off 2 cushions. I'm actually surprised he's got half a chance at this black ball. To the top left corner pocket, top right. I didn't expect him to get a shot on it. And this time he makes sure cue ball stays on the table. 11th point there. A little bit of a mistake there from Zhang Muyuan to allow him to have that much freedom on the black ball. She won't be happy with that, especially the late stages in this match.
30秒，延时。
So when this match started, I did say it was going to be very close. Could immediately see that these two players were quite evenly matched. Tactical side of things, though, I have to say Liang Shiu definitely has the upper hand there. The reason I say that is if you've played this game and you've played against a female player that's getting one ball off the table, you know how difficult it is to play tactically, because you have to always have it on your mind that it's just not one ball that you have to keep safe. Yeah, but her potting ability is scary. It really is. She has all the shots. She's made some clutch pots to keep the scoreline this tight. She's going to need something here. The 2 ball is tied up, so that means she's going to need the 7 ball. Cue ball is heading there. Brilliant shot from Jung Moo-yeon. That's not only the potting ability, it's how quick she develops a finish and makes that clearance from anywhere. And that's 11 all at the moment. Liang Shiu and Jung Moo-yeon race to 13. Can't call a winner here in this match.
Liang Shiu 开球。
11 all. Liang Shiu to break. Nothing. That's a dry break, and Jung Moo-yeon straight to the table. Now she's got a chance in this frame, and she'll be breaking in the next frame. Just want to say a big thank you to all our viewers viewing from across the globe. I know some of you guys even wake up early to catch some of the stream. It's nice to see some familiar faces on the stream as well as some new viewers. That's the reason we have the streams, is for the international audience to have a look at this brilliant tournament that Joy holds. If you've watched the station events before, this one is even bigger. This is the Grand Masters Finals, the 14th edition, and usually it is held in Qinquandao, the home of Joy, the home of Heyball. Too much power. Too much power to create that kind of movement out of hardly any angle. Four stripes left on the table. All she needs is 3 of them. Slow down. She needs that to slow down. That was a bit of tension. A little bit of tension in that queuing arm. Using the rest didn't help. She wanted that cue ball center of the table. Overrun that by about, let's say, about 30 centimeters or so. She's made that much more difficult. It's there. Converts it now. The 14, does it go past the 4? She's behind it. Tough to tell from this angle, but if it doesn't go to the top left, the top right is also open. I think she's made up her mind. Top left it is. Oh, what a pot that is. No room for error on a pot like that. It's there. She's on the hill, first to 12. Zhang Muyan, she's 12-11 up against Liang Shiu. And it's her break. She will be breaking to take the match. There we have a 12-11, 3 break and runs and 3 rack and runs each. We have had quite a few tactical frames, that's why those numbers are not as high as you usually see. But here we go. Zhang Muyan to break. 12-11 up. One ball into the side pocket. That's all she needs. All she needed was to pot a ball. It looks like she's going to be deciding on solids. Having potted 1 on the break and potted 1 now. It means there's only 5 left. She only needs 4. I She's got the 5 ball into a better position possible to the center pocket. And she's on the 4. Not playing with the full pocket to the center. You can see the 13's in the way. Really, I'm in awe of her potting ability and her confidence around and at the table. More so the confidence in her own ability. Is going to need the rest for this. Now there is enough angle on this to get the cue ball out to play the 2 in the center pocket. That's if she wants to stun it out. She could even slightly screw it back, play the 2 in the top corner. This 2 is looking a little straight to the top. And if she is going to the center pocket, she's going to have to watch for traffic as she's coming around. Look at that, smashes that into the top corner pocket. That's what I said about the power. The power. To move the cue ball that much with so little angle. And not sacrifice accuracy. And that for the match. Zhang Muyan defeats Liang Shiu 13 frames to 11. I have to say, well deserved. What a performance. Absolute potting masterclass from Zhang Muyan. That was an unbelievable match on the TV table. Great stuff. She's actually setting up something to practice. Was probably a shot that she missed. Yeah, that's what she's doing. Unbelievable stuff. Really. That was a brilliant match. Thank you guys for joining me for that. I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time here in China. 3 sessions tomorrow, starting with the international session. Chinese session at 2 p.m. and back to the internationals at 6 p.m. Good luck to all the participants left in the tournament. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm Raymond Tillack, your commentator for the Joy Heyball events. Thank you guys once again, and I'll see you tomorrow.